Hello! Check this out. New tournament. Not lost to time this time. Isn't that cool? So, this is the Kame game tournament, which, as you may or may not know, that is the name of Solomon Muto's game store. This is a tournament Solomon Muto is hosting with his newfound fame of becoming king of games. He's hosting it to promote the shop. Um, he has made the prize the ability to duel him, and he is very much advertising that he has Exodia, and he's putting the Exodia cards big in the stand, and he's like, if you win the tournament, you get to duel against my Exodia deck. Big sell on the Exodia angle, big sell on his deck. So a lot of people signed up. They think this could skyrocket them into sort of the fame that Solomon has. They could end up being in high level tournament play. Or, some people have a less positive agenda here. It goes either way. So, these are our contestants. Oh, you know what? I changed some of the names. Hold on. Let me change that real quick. So, um, I've added Diesel Kane's goons. And at first I took the names from Casual Cooper's series because he took three of them and named them. And I was like, okay, I'll take those three and take those names and the deck ideas. I like it. And then I found on the wiki they have like pictures with their own names for every character. And I'm like, ooh, I like this even more. I kept Kaizo though, because I liked Kaizo's name. Jaws is Elvis. It's in the picture it's Elvisy, but I was like, I like it just being Elvis better. And Serpent is hold on. Funky. Yeah. I like those better. And Kaizo can stay Kaizo, because I like Kaizo better than Smokey. Would I add the other ones, they'll have the picture names for the most part. I also I added the other Kageyama sisters and gave them names. I added the unnamed Storebreakers and gave them names. I'm uh I'm entering my era of unnamed characters. They deserve a chance too. You can see there's a lot of characters in here who haven't had a chance in a while. And funnily enough, Jono is the top seed. Oh look, their decks are in the thing now. What? Hey, look at that sneak preview for next tournament up there. What's that all about? Jono actually should be on the bot. Hold on. Usually when I do this, I hide it, but I haven't actually put them in the game for a while, so I'm out of practice. We go CC first, and then Jono. Yeah, Jono has the best record right now of anyone in this tournament, other than Solomon, but Solomon's only like a prize. He's not actually a main competitor. Cece has never dueled in the league before. She is a newcomer to the league. This is an official sponsored tournament of the league. Every tournament I post is an official tournament of the league, and these are the only official tournaments of the league. So Solomon basically got permission from Industrial Illusions to make this an official tournament as the king of games. Okay, Cece buffs her card like crazy, and last tournament, Taya actually won with a similar strategy of buffing spellcaster monsters, so I mean, CC's clearly using a strong strategy. If it's one that the, the winner of the last tournament uses. Jono activates Scapegoat to protect himself. That's also his little mascot over here, Scapegoat. Yeah, I wanted to add some life to it, you know? Like, it's much easier not adding all this stuff, but the sleeves and the backgrounds and everything, they add a lot. So I do like it. I do prefer it this way. Will we have an upset? Jono's in danger. I don't know what he has to deal with this. Look at that Sorcerer of the Doom. And that's it. Wow. First duel easily goes to CC. So much for being the #1 seed. Truly proof that anything can happen. So, the story behind Jono being in Domino City right now is that Tayana is the name of Anzu's sister. And she is friends with Jono and Fizdis, who were in the Millennium Dawn tournament. And Tayana got in contact with Anzu after seeing her, performances as a duelist, seeing her on TV and stuff. She found her, got in contact with her, and they set up something where they're able to all stay in the city. So that is why those three are here. And they decided to participate in the Kame game tournament after Solomon helped them, buff their decks with newer cards. Doesn't look like he helped Jono enough. Ooh, never mind. That actually works. Lightning Blade takes out Sorcerer of the Doomed, even with the Yami. Banner of Courage further buffs everything. Letting it beat over very slightly the Lightning Blade because of the Banner of Courage. Wow. So yeah, CC's deck is all about spell cards, basically. It's about recycling spell cards and then putting them all on the field in order for you to obtain maximum damage. Whereas Jono has a fusion deck with his Black Dragon Jungle King as his ace. He has, I believe it's Guiltia and Guiltia the Dragon Knight. And one other fusion, I don't remember. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, there's this Black Dragon Jungle King! That's the ace! CC needs to draw one of her buffing cards, but she has not. Oh, that card's gonna... The Dark Snake Syndrome is actually gonna kill Jono, sorry. Unless he gets something to destroy it. Oh no, the Dark Snake Syndrome's gonna decide the duel. And another one. Yeah, she knows she won. Unless he draws Heavy Storm here, and even then she has another one. Yep, no Heavy Storm. Alright, CC moves on, and that's a huge upset. Good for her. Yeah, the Kageyama sisters, they got some good decks. They want to assure their victory here. They are upset that they have been left out of the dueling scene. And they would like to get back in it. CC and B didn't they didn't duel back when the tournament started. The original tournament, it was the Domino High tournament. They were not dueling at the time. They started dueling after, and they felt like they missed out. They're very happy to be back in the scene. Sorry, it's slow to talk because I'm multitasking trying to find these decks. It's a lot of work hosting these tournaments, Alright. Deck 1 is Miyuki. Now, these two are from the Domino City tournament and are also coworkers. And at the time, they were siphoning money from Serenity for her ailments, or I guess Hikaru was, and Miyuki was trying to support Serenity and help her. So it's interesting. They are placed against each other in this tournament. They both never won a duel. So their seeding is naturally very similar. And look, they have the same duel field. Wow. Miyuki with her wind deck and Hikaru with his horse deck, his horse fusion deck. See? Horse fusion. It's all there. And he immediately gets his boss monster out, the Rabbit Horseman. And a Battle Ox. That's gonna be tough. Numinous Healer will only help you slightly. Bladefly actually counters this deck, but it still wasn't enough. It would have been 1100 against these, 1600. It's still like 500 off. If only you had a Rising Air Current to even the odds. Bottomless takes that out. However, Garuda the Wind Spirit is still able to special summon itself and take out the Horseman. Hikaru's deck is very strong. He wins most duels, most of his amateur duels. He, however, losing his cash cow in Serenity, now wants to start to become a pro to make some extra money on the side. He got all he could out of her. Now that her operation is done. Whereas Miyuki wants to basically stop Hikaru. He, despite being his coworker and working with him, thinks what he does is highly immoral. Don't get me wrong, she'd much rather have him as a duelist than an evil doctor, but she also would rather have the satisfaction of beating him. Oh, I got a ping for this as well. Forgot to ping. There we go, pinged. Firmly in control. Kikaru's losing it. Miyuki is owning it. Even a Reckless Greed couldn't bring him back, which means it's over. That's... Oh, wait, never mind. Dust Tornado gets rid of the Bottomless. That's huge, but the other one could be something bigger. Huge win for Miyuki. Hikaru was considered the favorite going into this because of his reputation for winning in amateur duels. But apparently Miyuki was secretly training as well. Good for her. Ring of Destruction is brutal. Kind of a waste of 7 tools, so good on Miyuki for getting him to waste that, I guess. Garuda goes in. Miyuki's in a dominant position again. The Rising Air Current is so powerful, and the Owls of Luck being able to search it is very strong. Now searching it again, if it gets destroyed, she'll have an extra backup copy. Gets rid of a couple giant rats, but the last one will stay. Naturally takes out the owl. She will draw another Rising Air Current, which is a solid backup. Magic Cylinder goes through. Kakeru has some good traps. Say what you want about Kakeru. He knows what he's talking about with these traps. He's out of floaters. He uses a Reckless Greed. And a Brigeki Break. Pitching a Poly. Interesting. Interesting going Blue Wing Crown over Garuda. You would think you would go Garuda. Is it just because it has more defense? It doesn't. That's what I thought. It literally doesn't have more defense. This is just a misplay. A very slight misplay, granted. It probably won't matter. He has his entire hand on the field. And you know what? That's 2 upsets in a row. Things are not going as I expected, and I'm not complaining. It's another 2-0 in the other way. Okay, Rebecca versus Anchi. Now, Rebecca is here with her grandfather, Arthur Hawkins, a friend of Solomon. That's why he's here with her. They'd bring some pros to the tournament, give it some name value. They get to see Solomon, they get to hang out, and, you know, just in general have a good time, and maybe even see if they could win. Anchi, however, is one of the store breakers. There to steal Exodia after they saw it in the stores and they saw Solomon would be using it in the final duel of the tournament. They are here to take it for themselves. So you better hope they don't do well, or they might be taking Solomon's prized possession and what got him to become King of Games. There we go. Rebecca with her Nurse Burn deck against... Well, you see, all the Storebreakers have decks that are meant to counter everyone else's deck. As you see right there, he sees Nurse and thinks, oh, it's a Nurse burn deck. I know this. I have to now judgment that. She does, however, now have Samochi. Now that Samochi has come out. I believe she did not have that card in the past, but now she does, and that makes her deck a lot better. Eye of Truth is also pretty good if he has any spells, which he does not right now. Magic Jammer pitches the Magic Jammer to get rid of the Upstart Goblin. That's 1,000 burn to get rid of, so that's not bad. However, that does let him summon his boss monster, Vandalgian the Dark Dragon Lord. That's a brutal card. Witch searches Nurse. Vandalgian goes direct. And it looks like Rebecca's in trouble. She will ceasefire to do the 1,000 burn, which is good. Rain of Mercy will also help with the burn. Magic Drain, she'll probably pitch the Nurse, would be my guess. Never mind, she will not be pitching at all for Rain. I would have pitched for Rain, because you know Vandalgian's going to hit direct next turn. You should have attacked that one, yep. Misplay by Rebecca, she's not used to these cards. Rebecca had a chance to win this, but she definitely misplayed it. See what she draws. Which is good, but again, it's not enough. That'll do it. First duel goes to Anchi. Yeah, all of the store breakers have decks designed to counter every deck that they could possibly be against. As a result, they are very strong. Anchi going so far as to beat a pro in the first duel of the tournament. It's a good hand. It's a very good hand for Rebecca, especially if she could draw Samochi or Nurse. There's Samochi. And she waits to use the upstart for the Samochi. Good play. And Eye of Truth. This guy doesn't seem to run any spells, so Eye of Truth is not going to do a ton for her, other than seeing the hand. Doom Caliber naturally triggers on the Sangan, canceling both of them out. He plays Horn of Heaven and another card that I didn't really see that well. Horn of Heaven won't really be doing anything here right now. A backup Samochi is pretty solid. And Rebecca's off to a nice lead. Haiku, however, will beat the Sangan. Never mind, she Mirror Forces it. And she knows she can Snatch Steal the other one. Rain of Mercy is good burn. He will try to Magic Drain that. She ditches the Snatch Steal. Rebecca, what are you doing? Snatch Steal is 1,000 burn every turn plus steal a monster. That's the greatest card in your deck. Haiku takes out the Sangan. What will she search? Looks like it's Nurse. Nurse won't really do you much here, though. You need burn right now, or to be able to out Haiku. That's pretty good. The upstart's really solid right now. Not playing the Mushroom Man in attack, which is fair. It's fair to use it for defensive here. How much burn would that do, though? Could be up to 800. Definitely would favor you, but the Haiku is scary. Mask will get you Mirror Force. That's huge. Okay, good play. Good play, Rebecca. She's showing why she's a pro. What a match to have in the first round. Another Rain of Mercy goes off, does 1,000. They both run the Mask of Darkness. He knows how valuable that magic drain is against a burn deck like this. She only needs 2,000 more burn. Gravity Bind to stall. Horn of Heaven to cancel out the nurse. She will be setting that Gravity Bind, and he does have the boss monster in hand, which can be summoned in a moment's notice. Gravity Bind will negate the Kaiku. Is that the third and final Kaiku? Yes, it is. Magician of Faith will search back one of the burn cards, like a Snatch Steal or an Upstart. Possibly even a pot, but I would think you would go for like a Snatch Steal. Not sure why she didn't flip it up there. You have Gravity Bind out, you can do it without fear. Okay, looks like she's slightly scared here. But she only needs 2,000 burn. That'll help. There's 1,000 more burn done by himself. She can use Magician of Faith to get one more card. She can discard for Magic Drain. She wins the duel. One Rain of Mercy wins the duel here. There's a Mask of Darkness. That also helps. That could get you a Mirror Force or something else. That's a dead card. Another Judgment. The Mushroom Man is too late because your board is already cluttered. Oh, what's that one? That'll do it. That'll win the duel. Unless you negate it, which is very possible given your deck. No, you actually don't have a negate for that. The 7 tools is in your hand. The Solemn Judgment is in your hand. He's going for it because he knows he loses if he doesn't. He loses either way, but still. How it feels to eat trail mix. Yummy. Thanks, Sora. I agree. Thank you. Heart. She searches the Snatch Steal, finally. Rebecca takes Vandalgian. Ryoku Field counters it. But Minor Goblin Official still wins her the duel. And of course that does summon her boss monster. Alright, Rebecca and Anchi are 1-1 now. He does not start with Samochi or Nurse. Hopefully she's smart enough not to play that Rain of Mercy. She does play the Rain of Mercy. Never mind, it's fine because both of them misplayed. He magic jams it. Ring of Destruction on Kaiku. Very good play. And he has a Spirit Reaper. Interesting. She does draw Minor Goblin Official. And she will be doing burn by attacking Spirit Reaper. Fair enough. That card goes over Moth very easily. Moth searches Rain of Mercy. Okay. You don't really have the card to go with that. Why doesn't he attack with Spirit Reaper? That's interesting. Horn of Heaven takes out the Spirit Reaper and the Witch. Kind of a huge misplay. But I guess the Mushroom Man is still both of yours. You could have defended with that Spirit Reaper, though. Okay. That card's dying to Mushroom Man next turn, but Rebecca's life points are dangerously low. The Mushroom Man is actually doing more damage to her than it is to Anchi. Yeah, she can't get rid of it anymore. Now it's gonna deal burn to her every turn. That Rain of Mercy will genuinely help now. Oh, and she's not even attacking with it. She's giving it away! Oh no! Barrel behind the door! That counters her deck so well! I guess that's the whole point of Anchi's deck. Grabs Ring of Destruction. She can't even play it! Her life points are too low to play Ring of Destruction. And that's her only trap card. She's done! Oh no! Royal Oppression doesn't even do anything! She's gonna lose to burn! Snatch Steal! It's too late, but Snatch Steal. Next turn Rebecca has, she loses the duel. Wait, does Doom Caliber? Yeah, Doom Caliber saves her. Why would you play Doom Caliber there? What? Play Doom Caliber! It literally gives her another shot! If she draws Nurse or Samochi, she's not drawing it, but that would be huge. It would make Snatch Steal start dealing damage. Does she have anything here? Not really. She can't really even free up space. That cylinder would be so useful if she could free up space. Yeah, they're playing real bad right now. I don't know what that's about. Rebecca has now healed her opponent. Oh, Gravity Bind. Rebecca has healed her opponent up to above 8,000 life points with her burn deck. She needs to draw Nurse. Magician of Faith is not Nurse. She needs to draw Nurse exactly. She's gonna play that, isn't she? Searches Rain of Mercy. Doom Caliber has to proc. Frees up some space. I'll give you that. And now this card is freely... Oh, but she can search Nurse with that! That's huge! Rebecca actually has a chance. Now, it's not a huge chance given she has 50 life points and could easily lose. Especially when he has the barrel card that counters you perfectly. She plays Nurse face down? Okay. Brain Cell's being killed, so... Searches Horn of Heaven instead of the barrel. Why? Okay, it doesn't matter. Attacking him with the 300, she knew what the face down was. She knew what it was. She had seen it before. But she did just lose because of it. Alright. Anchi wins 2-1. Beats one of the pros in Rebecca Hawkins. She didn't duel with a pro being up against an anti-meta deck. Maybe worst tournament gameplay ever. I mean, yeah, it's pretty bad. So if you like Reverse Burn, next duel includes Serenity Wheeler. She has Cure Burn, however, rather than Nurse Burn. And she's up against another one of the anti-duelists, another one of the Storebreakers. This time she's against the leader of the Storebreakers, Masumi Mamano. And Serenity will be on the bottom. And Masumi on the top. I like both of these decks a lot. I hope they play better than Anchi and Rebecca. Despite being a very similar matchup. They both have the same field again! I didn't expect that. I forgot Serenity's field was the Dogmatic at the Cathedral. Sora Priest goes in, takes out the Witch. Witch searches Marie. Now, Serenity, the context for her having this deck is, you may know this was Princess Anzu's deck. Well, Princess Anzu lost like 6 duels in a row, like every single duel she played with this deck. And she decided she didn't want it anymore and to use a new deck. Serenity just got her surgery and got better. Her deck was extremely outdated. She hadn't played in a long time. And when she saw that Anzu wanted to make a completely new deck, she said, well, hey, I think your deck's pretty cool. Can I try it? Maybe I could fix it up, make it better? No, she's not transgender. It's for her eyesight. She was going blind. So that is why she has this deck. Royal Decree counters the Enchanted Javelin. What if Joey was trans mask and Serenity was trans femme? I don't know about all that. Yeah, it looks like Masumi doesn't have anything against this, actually. There's only so much the Asura Priest can do. They should make another canonical transgender Yu-Gi-Oh character. What do you mean, another? Who's the first one? This card's after the struggle. And then there is the fusion, Saint Joan. That might be the end of the duel. Yep. Wow, easy win for Serenity. Completely destroying Masumi Mamano. showing that she could use Anzu's deck and do better with it than Anzu could. That's a pretty good hand for Serenity. What's this card? Fairy Guardian. Swords of Revealing Light will protect Masumi for few turns. Monster Reborn on the fairy. I assumed a tribute for Marie? No, just to have. Okay. Just to have. Nobleman will take out the witch. Not a bad nobleman hit. I'm assuming he doesn't have anything. He's been getting really bad draws. Will he draw anything? No, he will not. He is bricked. Thank you for following, Lo-Fying. Oh, never mind. It's not someone real. Never mind. No thank you for following. Killing time. Masumi, what happened? Maybe when your deck is too focused on countering others' decks that you can't end up, it doesn't end up doing anything for yourself. A creature swap giving the same monster for the same monster in return. And the Fire Princess burn is going. Dark Lord Marie for the kill. That's a quick 2-0, and I would call it an upset, even though the seeding is the other way around. I would call that a huge upset. That's one of the store breakers out of the tournament. Very good for Solomon. Which means Serenity is going to go up against another one of them in round 2. Next up in this round, Arthur Hawkins, the number 4 seed against Kaizo. Arthur Hawkins, of course, Pro and Rebecca's grandfather. Kaizo, Diesel Kane's number 1 goon. He is his right-hand man, basically. Diesel Kane not in this tournament, but his goons want to start entering pro tournaments and working their way up. After Diesel lost in Duelist Kingdom. Why is there Vampire Survivors in Yu-Gi-Oh? I'm not sure what that means. Sammy. So I called him Sammy because there's other characters named Sam, but his name is Sam. He's the little kid that beats Bandit Keith and when Pegasus tells him to use Flying Elephant. That's who Sammy is. Holly gets out his boss monster, Dark Balter, immediately turn 1. Sammy's the type of character to run 3 Pot of Greed. I don't think I have any characters at 3 Pot of Greed. I hope not. Upstart. Tribute. Itch the Serpent, take out Dark Balter. Dark Balter negates. Now, being Diesel Kane's right-hand man, Diesel Kane trained Kaizo himself. So Kaizo is considered the best duelist of Kane's minions. Pegasus. Wait, I think in a finals showdown for Pegasus, he'd run 3 pot of green. Uh, okay. Pyramid Turtle will let him search. Wait, why didn't he? Why didn't he search? He didn't want to summon anything. Okay, that was strange. Weird choice to not search with Pyramid Turtle. Am I missing some? Oh, is it because Valter would negate? No, that's a spell cards only. Curse of Aging will lower Possessed Dark Skull into death range. Imagine if you could preset spells and stuff for duels so they could have Pegasus opponent where they start with opponents play their hands revealed and you can look at opponent's set cards. Okay, yeah, I know what you mean. I see the appeal. Serpent comes back. And Arthur is in trouble. Kaizo's considered the best of them for a reason. Giant Rat will search. What will Giant Rat search? Giant Rat. Giant Rat searches Giant Rat. Then Giant Rat will search. Giant Rat searches nothing. What are you talking about? Why aren't you searching? Am I missing something? You definitely have targets for Giant Rat still. Is Arthur throwing? Is he tilted? Why are Arthur and Rebecca playing so badly right now? Are they throwing because they feel like it would be unfair if they won Solomon's tournament? That doesn't sound like them. Giant Rat goes in, takes out the Shadow Tamer. Brings the Shadow Tamer back to the hand for some reason, I guess. And Donzalug, what a card. But Giant Rat can just crash into that. Or you can tribute for Shadow Ghoul, that also works. A little early for Shadow Ghoul, but since you weren't bringing it out last duel no matter what, then I guess it's fine. Shadow Ghoul is Arthur's boss monster. His deck is completely centered around Shadow Ghoul. Tribute to the Doomed will take out his own Pyramid Turtle just to buff Shadow Ghoul slightly. Arthur is not playing his best. Hunter with the 7 weapons beats out the Shadow Ghoul, despite your buffing of it. Maybe you shouldn't have done all that. Did he forget? Oh no, he wanted to. Okay, I guess he wants to use the Pyramid Turtles to search each other into the Shadow Ghoul. Okay. Right, to load up your graveyard with more monsters. Okay, I see. I understand why he was doing it now. That does make sense. Call of the Haunted will bring back Giant Rat. Royal Decree will negate that. Fairy Meteor Crush on the Shadow Ghoul will deal piercing damage to that Shadow Tamer. And that's a win for Arthur. They're now 1-1. Third duel could go either way. Some tough duels in this first round. The seeding is interesting. I want lots of chips. Yeah, me too. Me freaking too. Join the club. Rhoda searches. It searches Hunter with 7 weapons. Rhoda searches again. Rhoda searches Donzalug. Pretty good. Pot of Greed. What a hand. What a starting hand, man. Hunter with 7 weapons takes out the tomato. Tomato searches Witch. That'd be a good tribute. Okay, that's fine. You can wait. That's fine. Puts Witch in defense mode. Interesting. I would have attacked, personally. Warrior returning alive to grab back the Hunter with 7 weapons. Plays Frontier Wiseman. Giant Rat searches Pyramid Turtle, naturally. Now tribute? Yes, now tribute. Tributes the Witch, searches the tomato. Pyramid Turtles to buff the Shadow Ghoul and get out a second Shadow Ghoul. Finally using those Pyramid Turtles like you should be. Now this is what Arthur's deck is meant to do. This is what it's for. He is playing right. Raigeki Break on the Royal Decree. Royal Decree will in fact negate it. And that's 4,000 to the face. Kaizo has 1 turn. The best of the goons. However, he is against a pro, and he did take 1 game off the pro. So, you know, good for him. Even though he's losing here, he took a game off a pro. That proves that he's good. In his first ever ranked tournament. Arthur wins. Next up, Shogo Oyama against Hayama. Shogo Oyama has had a lot of chances, but has still never won a duel with his Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon. Will this be his chance? He has buffed his deck a lot since his last tournament, which was Hostile Takeover, I believe? Where he naturally lost. Hayama has not been in since the Domino High tournament with his Harpy's Pet Dragon deck. Both have boss monsters that are kind of hard to summon, that are dragons. Similar stuff going on here. Rising air current will buff all wind monsters. Negate attack will save you. Guy Scout is a new addition to Hayama's deck, Harpy's brother. One of his premier cards. I would say his secondary card to those wind cards were actually buffing you too. Metal Morph on the dragon allows it to take out Harpy's brother. Second to Harpy's pet dragon is what I was saying. Twin-headed behemoth comes back. There's 2 tributes. Never mind. Birdface sacrifices itself. Very fair. Brings a Harpy Lady to the hand. Shogo draws Lord of D. That would be great if you had a Red Eyes to summon with it. You know that Harpy Lady's beating you, but I guess you want to put in some damage while you can. Soul Exchange would bring out the Red Eyes anyway, so you don't really need the Lord of D for it. And she attacks the wrong monster. So that helps. And by she, I mean he. He is in the Harpy Lady. Raigeki on the singular Harpy Lady is kind of brutal. A Harpy Lady with the attack of a Cyber Harpy Lady. Uses Book of Taiyu to Maneater Bug the Lord of D. That's right, Hayama actually, I forgot he has a secondary boss monster, which is Noble Maneater Bug. And Shogo bricks. Despite being in the lead, Shogo bricks. And a Birdface with 2100 attack. That'll be tough to beat. Unless you have a Wind Dragon with 1600 or more. Troop Dragon will stall. Stamping Destruction will take out the field spell. Even though it also helps you sometimes. And another Rising Air Current. This is the 3rd, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yeah. But like I said, Troop Dragon will stall for a turn. You have 1 turn to draw your Red Eyes. Will you do it? If you do, you can summon it. Yes! He draws it! Part of the card's moment! Oh my god! In defense mode for some reason. Wait, that better not be a wind. Okay, it's not. I figured it wasn't, but... Soul Exchange into Harpy's pet dragon! It goes both ways, and Komori Dragon is not enough. Wow! What a duel! They're both putting in the fight of their lives. They both summon their boss monster back to back. That Metal Morph is slightly too late. Dragon dwelling in the cave in attack mode with the Metal Morph out to the Harpy's pet dragon. That is a very strong dragon. Harpy's brother could beat over it. Maneater Bug could beat it, which is probably what that is. Maneater Bug does take it out. The Komori Dragon will attack directly. Hayama has 1 turn to figure out how to out this. What a duel. What a duel. You could tell these two have improved a lot. This would not be happening just a year ago. Negate attack. And the Ring of Destruction won't do anything with this low of life points. That's a dead card. Harpy Lady will beat over the Komori Dragon. He needs to draw a Wind Dragon. Komori Dragon is still not good enough. Despite outing the field spell twice. And that's another Harpies pet dragon. You need another Metamorph combo or something. Reload will help. Never mind, you're not playing it. Harpies Feather Duster. That's a win for Hayama if there ever was one. Shogo put in a good fight. He's clearly gotten a lot better, but Hayama was just better. He has the Troop Dragon to stall. Not bad to draw first. Draws the Twin-Headed Behemoth. Trap Hole on Komori. You have it? Yes, you do. I figured you did when you summoned that. Kind of a waste to do it on Troop Dragon, though. But I guess it's not a huge deal. Troop Dragon will die and bring out another Troop Dragon. Terraforming on Rising Air Current. Brain Control on the Troop Dragon just to do a bunch of damage. However, that means the Troop Dragon will be able to defeat the Flying Kamakiri next turn. It will search, however. Twin-Headed Behemoth with 2,000 attack because of the field spell. Kamakiri searches Kamakiri. Kamakiri searches Kamakiri. Soul Exchange on the Behemoth. Wait, you summoned it in attack mode. Did he misclick? I can just imagine him being like, no, wait, I didn't mean to do that. He's made a huge mistake. You summoned your Nobleman Eater in attack mode. Finally, the Troop Dragon is outed and brings back another Troop Dragon. Draws the Lord of D, not bad. Hayama is in trouble after accidentally playing the card in the wrong way. As much as he's improved, you know, he can't win them all. Still some flaws. There's a reason he's not a pro. Swords will buy you some time. Not bad. Possibly enough time to get out your boss monster. We'll see. Harpies could get rid of that Swords of Revealing Light whenever, though, if he draws it. Maneater Bug takes out the Lord of D. Komori Dragon gets outed by Trap Hole. Does not draw Harpies. Does draw Red Eyes. Next turn, you're in danger, Hayama. The swords bought just the right amount of time. Red Eyes takes out the Birdface. Birdface searches Harpy. And that's game. One. Both of their first wins. That's a huge moment for Shogo getting his first win. He officially has a win in the Pro League after all this time. And hopefully he can win again. I'm rooting for him here. As good as the Harpies are, I'm rooting for him. Searches or revives Troop Dragon for some reason? Oh, that's why. Right. Forgot about that. That's fair. That'll let you do 2400 damage, and you know not to give him an inch. Ooh, that's rough. That'll break the board. You need to draw. Oh, that's a metal dragon too, so you can't even flute of summoning dragon. That's the worst draw you possibly could have in this deck. The gate attack will buy you a turn. The thing is, that's what the reload is for. But I guess he doesn't use it for some reason. He refuses to use the reload. Megamorph! I don't know if that was the play. Why'd you use it there? Yikes. Didn't matter. Oh, it did matter. Sorry, it made you lose the duel. Sorry, that's what I meant. Did not help, is what I should say. Shogo, yikes. Granted, it's his best performance. Yeah, he's doing better. Next up, Tristan Taylor against Elvis. Yugi and the guys joining the tournament to support Yugi's grandpa. Elvis, part of Diesel Kame's gang. I'm rooting for my boy Tristan here. Elvis has a shark deck. Tristan has his classic Skull Knight fusion deck. Tristan did get rid of some of his weaker cards. Mirror Force is pretty huge right there. Getting rid of two of his more powerful cards that he does use in his fusions too. Crap Hole takes out the Tainted Wisdom. Good thing you didn't summon the Lava Battle Guard. Which is what I would have done. Tongyo pretty powerful right now. Ancient Brain will stop it. He can out this with the Lava Battle Guard plus the Megamorph, which he will. And he got the third Amazon of the Seas. Is that what it's called? Yeah, it is. None of those cards will help. Actually, Cypher Soldier does defend, now that I think about it. Never mind. It'll defend one attack. Tristan is in danger. What is this card? Backup Soldier. Got it. Dark Hole is good. That's huge. Slowly taking out all his usable monsters. Oh, but all his monsters are usable with Umiruka. That card is so good. It's not really how you should have played Backup Soldier, but I understand. Oh, and the Poly. Ooh. If you played that Ancient Brain or the Roboyaru instead of the Mystical Sheep, you could have fused and got something. You could have got the Skull Knight. Would have been a lot better. Tristan's in danger. He has to draw a fusion material. He has to draw one of his fusion substitutes. Oh! He did! Heart of the Cards moment. That's Skull Knight. Huge. With no cards left, he gets the Skull Knight off. That's enormous. Only one of Elvis's fusions can beat that. And Backup Soldier can bring back Roboyaru and the Ancient Brain, which it will. Could be good for a fusion in the future. If you draw the right cards. Getting rid of those fusion substitutes is big because he needs one of those fusions in order to beat that Skull Knight. Elvis is on a clock. He has one turn to find a way out of this. Will he do it? He will not. He needed the fusion. He did not get it. That's a win for Tristan. Tristan was up against the wall, but he pulled through. Good for him. I'm rooting for you, Tristan. I like Tristan a lot. I like his deck a lot. I want him to do well, naturally. Pot of Greed lets him draw 2 cards. Umiruka is huge. Trap Hole gets rid of Amazon of the Seas. That Umiruka is generally such a big card to have for him. That makes it really tough for Tristan. Mirror forced out the second Amazon of the Seas. High cost, but big value. Pot of Greed lets him draw 2 cards. That's huge. If he could draw Poly right now, that would be big. Poly would still be big because Backup Soldier can get those cards back in the future. And he already got it back. He's got good removal. He does desperately need a fusion in order to do any sort of real damage. Another backup soldier, that'll buy him some time at the very least. Kind of a bad use of the Megamorph. Amazon of the Seas comes back. Knowing him, he'll probably Megamorph that too. Yeah. Yeah, that's the issue with Megamorphing your opponent without being able to kill them. Alright, that's a 1-1. Krista made a huge mistake with that Megamorph. Same mistake he made last duel, really. Or was that him? I don't even know. I don't remember. I remember it happened to this tournament. I don't remember who did it. I don't know who else runs it, though. I don't know. Tangyo gets trap hold. Cypher Soldier and Yorbayaru go in. He started with Polly this time. He got Polly. That's huge. That Polly could win him the duel. The fact that he has it could win him the duel. Monster Reborn on the Tangyo. Tribute for Bottom Dweller, which does beat over the Cypher Soldier. He needs to draw Robo Lady or a fusion substitute here. He does not. Can he tribute? Yes, he can. I had to remember whether Swamp Battle Guard was the one with higher attack or not. It was. I was right. Hopefully he draws Ancient Brain if that works. Yep. I don't know why he summoned it, but it worked. He got it. His Skull Knight. He has two of his strongest monsters on the field right now. He is looking unbeatable right now. This could be your last turn, buddy. Graceful does help a lot. You ditched Polly. It's a bad sign. Don't attack with Robo Lady. Good. Perfect. You knew exactly what to do. Backup Soldier does not matter. I guess you both run Backup Soldier. That's kind of funny. Tristan wins 2-1. Good for him. He is the number 5 seed in the tournament. Wow. I mean, to be fair, the number 1 seed is already out. Okay, next up. Princess Anzu versus Adriel Wainwright. Now, Adriel Wainwright and, what's his name? The other guy, Professor Harrison, are friends of Solomon's, and so decided to join the tournament to come out and support him. Princess Anzu is in the tournament to try out her new deck, because she's been losing so much. She normally wouldn't join, but because she's been doing so badly, she wants to try out a new deck and see if it's good enough. I hope it does well. I was on the wrong screen. That's fine. Not a huge deal. Wait, do I not have a Adriel Wayne? Oh wait, it's just under Wainwright for some reason. Okay. That's because he was one of the first ones I made, so I didn't know how to name them. I didn't know I should be naming them full names at the time. I thought about it for a second. I was like, wait, is it under Wainwright? It was. Okay. Adria Wainwright and Professor Harrison work at the local museum, so they're very familiar with Princess Anzu and her ties to ancient Egypt. Trap Dust Shoot will get rid of the skilled white magician, but she has a lot of good cards still. Yeah, so her deck is based around Buster Blader, Dark Magician, and Spell Counters. That's skilled white and skilled dark magician. Dust Shoot will take out one of the Buster Bladers. He really got 2 Dust Shoots. Dice Jar! He has a rock deck. Rerolls. Taya wins. I mean, Anzu wins. Princess Anzu, formerly known as Yami Taya. By the way, I said I was going to look up how to pronounce Queen Aether's name, and it's apparently pronounced Ather, but I don't like that, and I named the character, so I'm going to call her Queen Aether. Aether? You know, my choice. Yeah, Buster Blader's killing it. This deck is clearly very good. Seems like a not close duel. Now, the Destroyer Golem with Invigoration is pretty good, don't get me wrong. These guys have not been... Professor Harrison and Adriel Wainwright have not been in the tournaments since Domino High. They were in the Domino High tournament. They have not been in a tournament since. And that Raigeki will win the duel. A little bit of overkill, but good enough to win the duel. Yeah, so this deck seems good. I think it was a very good decision of her to pivot once she realized her deck wasn't working. Shogo Yama has lost just as much and has not pivoted. I guess because he has a very rare card and he wants to keep building around it. To each their own. He does not get the Dust Shoot this time. He does get a Cyber Jar, which is going to be hectic. That's a pretty good group of cards. Gaia Power, Invigoration, Nobleman, Spherus Lady, and Jar of Greed. A lot of buffing of Earth monsters. Could make a big Spherus Lady if you wanted. I don't know why you would want that, but you could. MST takes out the trap. The trap was Skull Lair. Gets rid of Buster Blader and Skilled Dark. Monster Reborn brings back the Buster Blader. Very smart, very good play. She's good. She is good. This deck is much more suited to her playstyle. Clearly. Gets rid of the Breaker. Not a bad hit. Summons Skilled White and Skilled Dark. Goes in. Giant Soldier Stone has to be taken out by Buster Blader. Wainwright is in trouble. Summons the Rock Spirit. That's a pretty good one, but still, you don't have enough to do it. That Buster Blader is going to be tough to beat. Summon another Skilled White. Morphing Jar number 2. There's 4. 2 of them go to the grave. That cleared the field a lot, and that'll buff you a lot. Wow. Okay, that's a formidable monster. Too bad Mirror Force is gonna take both of them out. That was a really good turn for Adriel Wainwright, and he got Mirror Forced. So, not that great, I guess. Can you summon Breaker the correct way so you can pop Gaia Power, please? That's what it's for, I hope you know. Whatever, you're gonna win either way, so it's not a huge deal. See, the thing is that Giant Soldier of Stone wouldn't have been able to do anything without that. Now you have to Raigeki it. And why not? I know you win either way, but why not play the Skilled White first so that you get an extra spell counter? You gotta think about these kind of things, Anzu. Well, she wins easily, though. So it's like fine. Next up is Fizdis against B. Kageyama. Will she be as good as Cece? We'll see. Fizdis we haven't seen duel since, a millennium ago. So it'll be interesting to see how her new deck fares with her new cards. Help given to her by Solomon. Now, B. Kageyama runs the most different deck of the three sisters. Her deck is more focused on snakes. She runs what she would call the Gorgon deck. Whereas her sisters run more of like witch decks and magic decks. She runs a snake deck. There you go, there's a snake. It's destroyed immediately. Fizdis has a Pikaru and Curran deck. Also some sweet Penguin Soldier there. Graceful Charity gets rid of Snake Fang and Sinister Serpent. Serpent will of course come back. Pikaru's second sight lets her see her opponent's cards. Raigeki Break gets rid of Curran. Look at this card. She has this card in her deck. That's an important one. She has one copy of it, but it comes in handy for her. She also runs, they both run, I believe, Serpentine Princess. And Fizdis runs a lot of cards that try to get Serpentine Princess shuffled back, like Fiber Jar. Ooh, that's a really bad draw, but Fiber Jar will fix that. Now, this doesn't apply to banished cards, so if you banish anything, it stays banished. So if that Sinister Serpent ever got banished, for example, it would not come back with Fiber Jar. Which is very interesting. Imagine a deck that's all about banishing your opponent's cards that runs Fiber Jar. I kind of like that. There's a Pikaru. Now, you see the Monster Recovery? That's one that puts the Serpentine Princess back in the deck. Snakehair does beat over Pikaru. and you did not set your Book of Moon. There's the Serpentine Princess. Book of Moon on the Snake Hair. Magic Jammer will cancel that out. Getting rid of the Snake Jar. It's called Cobra Jar, I believe. Cobra Jar? Yes, Cobra Jar. And you don't use the Monster Recovery? Why? You could special summon a monster from your deck with level 3 or lower, like these guys. This guy? Gravity Bind will help. See if they both run this card. They might lose at the same time. We might have our first draw ever. I don't really know how draws work in a match. I'm kind of curious. Might have to look that up if the inevitable happens, which it's looking like it will. Oh wow, we got our first draw. Oh, I love it. I love it. It's so cool. We got a draw. Now, give me 1 second to sort things out real quick. There's a few things I gotta do. First of all, you. Good. Then you. Good. Then you. Hmm. Give me a sec. I have to figure something out with this. No, not that one. Not that one. No. 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 I'm really trying to find a card she'll actually use. Some of these cards have so many words. Yeah, let me try a new strategy to find a card. I really would like a card that works with this. No. 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 That's a great one if only your deck really... Wait, actually, I guess it could work with those. That could be good. It's a little strong, but your deck's a little weak, so that's not that bad. Let me look at this other one. Oh, I like that one a lot. Yeah, that's the one. Compulsory escape device. That's definitely the one. That's perfect. So we can get rid of the monster recoveries. This should work a lot better for your deck. Okay. Because I want them to at least play the cards I've given them. I would have done the same for Shogo with his reload cards if he moved on in the tournament. Right. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Oh, never mind. Okay. Never mind. I will not be doing that at all. Hopefully she uses the card. Creature swap is actually kind of huge. It's funny that the creature swap got a monster that you also have. And it's funny because now the new card I gave Fizdis could benefit both of you. That's good, Sora. Got rid of the morphing jar, which would have helped with the Serpentine Princess thing. And brings back the serpent. Just Desserts does a nice 1500. Every little bit counts with the fiber jar and the burn. There's a lot going on in this deck. In this duel. This match. Alright, that'll do it. And that actually works on your Serpentine Princess, right? Doesn't it? It puts a lot in the graveyard right now. And a lot on the field. Putting the fiber jar back on the field. Or, not back, but on the field. Serpentine Princess goes off. Both players had one. One of the only duels in history where you'll see both players get off the effect of Serpentine Princess in the same duel. Wait, why do you have Monster Recovery still? Oh, I figured out why. I figured out why. Okay, it's fine. Fiber Jar! Do you have anything banished? Nope. It's really only that Sinister Serpent that could be. Plays Curran with the buff. Raigeki Break will take that out. Pitching card destruction. Another card they don't use a lot, but I have seen them use it. I don't give it to people a lot. Because of that, because they don't do it much. Some defensive maneuvers by Fizdis. Gravity Bind will help for a little bit, I think. And if B plays the binding card, it could help even more. The burn card, that's the word, we know burn. Plays Curran. Takes out Curran with Tribute to the Doomed. Just Desserts is huge here. Every little bit of damage counts. Serpent comes back. 1500 burn. And the snake can't attack. Shouldn't have put that Morphing Jar in defense. You need to draw one of your princesses. That is a really good card if you draw one of them. Uh-oh, 2 electric snakes. It's not looking great for Fizdis. Unless she can draw one of her Picarus or Currans, Sinister Serpentine Princess will defend. That's a good one. And 1200. Oh, it's looking like a win for Fizdis because B misplayed. There's Picaru. With Trial of the Princesses, and you could even get Princess Picaru. How does it work? Oh, you have to destroy a level 5 or higher monster by battle, sorry. You actually cannot get Princess Picaru from that. My bad. Not like you'd want to. Granted. It'd just be more life points. It wouldn't be able to attack. Because of Gravity Bind. The life points is huge in a duel like this, where there's a lot of burn cards involved. It's a weird matchup, but Fizdis is winning it. Yep. That'll do it. It's wild. Even without the buff card. Now let's give Fizdis her buff. Hold on, she's at the top, isn't she? Because I just edited her, yeah. There we go. Now it'll do her new deck. It's 101. A lot of weird things going on in this match, but it's interesting. I like it. Has the Sinister Serpent start in attack mode. Interesting. That must be bait. Trial of the Princesses buffs the Curran, attacks the Serpent, does a ton of damage. That's huge. That damage could be enough to win the duel, given how these have been going, what they've been decided on. Creature swap is pretty huge. Book of Moon. That gets rid of the equip. Some interesting stuff going on. Snake Hair will take out the Serpentine Princess, except for Compulsory Escape. Shuffles both of your opponent's cards back into the deck. I kind of love this card. This makes me very happy that Fizdis has this card. It's actually very good for her now. She could have used Serpentine Princess, but she wanted to shuffle the Sinister Serpent back in the deck, and I kind of like that. Speaking of, how about the exact same creature swap into Sinister Serpent? No, it's a solid Trial of the Princesses, but you would need a Pikaru or a Curran. Now, hopefully somebody attacks into that. Yep, there you go. You're close. This Desserts can win you the duel. Curran can win you the duel. The stupid Snake Burn card that beats B every time could win you the duel. I don't know why you don't crash. I would crash. And that's why I would crash. Yep. Hopefully you draw one of your cards. Ooh, that's a good one. No complaints there. That gives you your Serpentine Princess back. That's huge. The Giant Red Sea Snake comes back. Morphing Jar. That's a good one. And it will activate Serpentine Princess's effect. Never mind. Actually, kind of a cool counter to that. The Snake Fang actually came in handy and made a difference. Another Morphing Jar number 2. You will wait on it, though, to have your Serpentine Princess up and attacking. I would personally have placed it in defense mode and then Morphing Jarred the next turn, because of the Giant Red Sea Snake. Again, you need to draw Pikaru or Curran. That is not them. Serpentine Princess will go off, but for the opponent. Gorgon Egg, Snake Hair, and then whatever that card is called, I don't remember. Serpentine Princess brings Electric Snake. There is Curran. Curran with the Trial of the Princesses destroys the Electric Snake and leaves you at death's door. If you can't out that Curran, you lose. You have one turn to out the Curran. You do not do it. You've lost the duel. Fizdis wins. 2-0-1. Ooh. What a weird one. I love it. That was great. No complaints here. Fizdis, the number 2 seed. Fizdis and Jono being the top 2 seeds is kind of crazy. But I guess they have less. They only had one tournament to go off of, so it kind of makes sense. Next up is Risa Kageyama. We're going to see the last of the Kageyamas against Professor Harrison. Professor Harrison has a dinosaur deck, whereas Risa has a witch deck. Sorry, it's under Harrison, isn't it? Yes. I knew that. Her witch deck is similar to her sister's in that it's very much focused on spell cards and getting high numbers. This Magician of Faith cycles back those spell cards. You have a creature swap, a Dark Witch for tributes, Dunham's Dark Witch for damage, and I mean, Reese is showing why she's the leader of the sisters. Clearly, she's winning handily. Fusion Gate actually gets off her boss monster Sandwich, which is Sangan and Witch of the Black Forest. What do you mean? What do I think? Thoughts? That's great, Sora. That's my thoughts. Thanks. I don't know what you want from me. Yeah, okay. And oh, she won, by the way, very extremely easily. Like the easiest win in history. Yeah, that change of heart is meant to steal a monster and then tribute it for the Dark Witch. And then Soul Exchange does basically a similar thing. So if you draw the Dark Witch, you'll be in a great position. If not, that's fine. You still have good outs. And there's the Mage Power. Yeah, when I said she had a similar strategy from CC, I meant it. CC got it from her sister, but sort of fine-tuned it to make it more brutal, more effective, basically. You know, more tunnel-visioned, I should say, I guess. Whereas Risa's deck has more options, more versatility. Change of Heart. Wait. Just for the damage, I guess. Just to bring you within an inch of your life. The Change of Heart. That's fair. I get it. It doesn't give him much wiggle room. Even if he wanted to do like a premature burial, now he couldn't. Or a brain control. I don't know if he runs those cards. He's thinking a lot. He's like, wow, what do I do now? Eulosaurus brings back the witch. Not great. Then what? I believe his boss monster's Brachioratus. creature swap on the witch for the set card, and that's game. The quickest match, easy 2-0 for Risa. Next is Joey Wheeler against Mukachi, one of the store breakers. Trying to get the Exodia card. Hey, I'm glad I could uh be more meaningful, I guess. Yeah, that's crazy. That's awful. Remove that. Gross. Yeah, that's real bad. This is almost a story duel, but Joey duels Anchi and loses in the manga. This guy never duels in the manga, Mukachi, which is the name I gave him. They are unnamed. Joey loses to some unnamed guy in the manga. Thousand Dragon, by the way. For a counters everything deck, you don't seem to be countering anything, Mukachi. Yeah, I agree, Sora. That's the easiest win in history. Joey's getting revenge for his manga self, losing to an unnamed guy, beating his unnamed guy friend. We're trying to go for a quicker match than the Risa Harrison one. This'll do it. I'll tell you that much. That's crazy. How do they do that? How does anybody do that? Yeah, you are. Oh, he gets the Flame Swordsman out! Then outs the, what is this card? Dimension Fortress Weapon. Wow, what a card. Yeah, Mukachi's deck is just run entirely by cards that counter other cards very specifically. Like this one counters warriors, and that worked out very well because Flame Swordsman is a warrior. This one counters cards that send cards from the deck to the graveyard. Different Dimension Fortress Weapon win. You can't banish from your deck. Yeah, okay. I guess. Oh, thanks. Or there's this one, DB Hunter. Cards on the field cannot be returned to the deck. Wins DD Hunter. Cards on the field cannot be returned to the banish pile. Cards in the cards in the banish pile. Cards in the banishment cannot be returned to the deck. Is what I meant. Anyway, that was the quickest match in history. Joey wins naturally. Oh, next match we have Sammy. AD Fujita against Sammy. AD Fujita, he's like assistant director Fujita. He's got the cyber dinosaur deck. The machine dinosaur deck. Whereas Sammy has his elephant deck. He gets the flying elephant off, and it does shooting star bow. Just to make it lose attack, I guess. Yeah, that's crazy. I cannot relate to that. He gets Polly! Wait. Why didn't you Polly? Oh, it's only 1800! Your boss monster is only 1800 attack! That's so bad! Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good idea, Sora. I agree. So he can summon his boss monster, but his boss monster only has 1800 attack and Flying Elephant beats over it. That's sad. Fujita, have you improved your deck at all? Mechanical Chaser is good enough. And he will get his boss monster out. There's the Cybersaurus. This card is not treated as a Cyber card. Oh, you attacked in the wrong order. I mean, I guess it would have been the same result either way, but you would have got the flying elephant off the field at the very least. Alright, well, Sammy's winning. I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back. Hi, chat. Wow, what a shock. Sammy won? That's Sammy's first win, by the way. Good for him. A lot of people with not great records in this tournament, considering it's a smaller tournament and anyone could enter in Domino City. A lot of people who want a second chance. Some who have a lot better decks, others who don't. The Mechanical Chaser is stronger than your boss monster, so, you know, you gotta treasure that one. It is not stronger than the Gem Elephant, though. Seven completed. Now that's a good card. Negate attack buys Sammy a turn. No, it doesn't. I'm lying. Seven tools negates it. And now Sammy is in trouble. Why'd you do that, Sammy? Look, he's just a kid, okay? Give him a break. Yeah, that was another really bad play. Yeah, and he's a kid. He's a kid. Give him a break. Yeah. White Elephant's Gift gets rid of Kabazals, and you will attack with Flying Elephant. Flying Elephant is not strong enough, however. Another Flying Elephant. Still not strong enough to beat over Mechanical Chaser. Another 7 completed, which he will be using on the Mechanical Chaser to make it a 3250. Sammy's got nothing. That is a win for Fujita. 1-1. Embarrassing being beaten by a child, but, you know, at least he's come back from it a little bit. A ban on grading attendance. That's great. Your teacher seems to be on the side of the people who don't show up and just use ChatGPT for everything. Real ally. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. He has the cards to do it if he can draw Polly. He can get his boss monster out. He did not draw Polly. Gem Elephant is strong enough to defend. And again, Gem Elephant can defend. If he has his boss, he can summon it now. If he has Garnecia Elephantis, he does not. Okay. He needs to draw Polly. You need to draw Polly. He drew Polly! Wait. Wait, Blast Juggler's effect went off? Wait, this has never happened in history. Wait. That's... Wait. Wait, but... You could have summoned your... Wait. Huh? Blast Juggler's effect went off. This is a tournament of firsts. I'll tell you that much. At this rate, Steel Scorpion's effect's gonna go off, and we're gonna have all kinds of effects that never go off. You need to draw the fusion material. That's not it. That's awful. Now you're gonna get rid of this to save your life points. At the very least, half his field is going to die after this turn because of Steel Scorpion. Sorry, Steel Scorpion takes a really long time. I guess it'll happen eventually. Never mind, it did not happen. Okay, cool. Sammy wins 2-1. Fujita was beaten by a child. Steel Scorpion should make you lose 1,000 HP or LP if it actually goes off. Yeah, it's a good idea. I can't believe Blast Juggler went off. That was unprecedented. I've literally never seen that effect happen in history. So much so that I don't register it as having an effect. Next up is Yugi against Tayana. This one's kind of crazy. Or lose the duel, and it still wouldn't be good. Yugi and Tayana. All right, this is Tayana's first duel in a tournament. Anzu helped her make her deck. Yeah, I mean, in that case, it would be awful, sort of. Yeah. She just put United We Stand on a Magician of Faith and made it strong enough to beat the Mystical Sheep. That's kind of crazy. We know Yugi's gonna Heavy Storm now, yeah. Gets rid of the Book of Moon and the United We Stand. So, Hayana's deck is centered around Magician of Faithfulness. It's centered around spell cards, Magician of Faith, Magician of Faithfulness, and basically recycling strong spell cards back to your hand. Whereas we know Yugi's deck is the Fusion Gaia Chimera deck. Same as always. So yeah, this deck searches these Magician of Faiths and brings back your strong spell cards. And then you contribute for Magician of Faithfulness. And, I mean, yeah, it's clearly strong. Book of Taiyu will let you find another one. That's a Book of Moon. And a Harpy's Feather Duster. Uses Book of Moon, understandably. You got back both your spell cards, and then they both got destroyed again. I mean, getting rid of both of those huge removal spells is very good, though. Because Yugi doesn't really have a way to get them back like you do. 2 tributes for Seiryu, her boss monster. That's good. Thanks, Sora. I like that. Share the Pain gets rid of the Seiryu! Hayana's in trouble. He got Chimera! Hayana is from ancient Egypt, thank you. She is different than Taya. That is a different character. And he gets Monster Reborn, healing Seiryu and winning the duel. Give the Paradise Brothers in ancient Egypt form and call them the Pyramid Brothers. Hey, Taya's a main character, okay? In this series, she has 2 ancient Egypt forms. One of them that I made up, and then this one. Actually, in the games, there's a lot of ancient Egypt people that use Gate Guardian for whatever reason. What does that mean, interesting backdrop? Explain. The field. I thought it was just gonna be pitch black the whole time. No. No, it is not. It's the same one from last duel. It's the same competitors. Harpy's unready for intercepting. Summons Witch with Mage Power. That's a lot of attack, but Karibo will defend. What is this? Boku? Okay. Getting rid of those cards will make it a lot hard. Oh, that's Magician of Faithfulness! Getting rid of those cards will make it a lot harder to get your fusion in the future. What if Rex Raptor had an ancient Egypt form named Sphinx Hathor? Yeah, good idea. You should write for this. You should write for Yu-Gi-Oh! You should make your own tournaments with ancient Egypt forms for everyone like those. Like Sphinx Cator. It's a good idea. Magician of Faith brings back United We Stand, gets put on the same Witch of the Black Forest, because they always love to buff one monster. Flip summons the Magician of Faithfulness to bring back the Pot of Greed. And then it's another Magician of Faithfulness face down. It's a good card, Magician of Faithfulness. It's good stuff. Look at that. 6,000 attack. Do you think ancient Egyptian Monster Reborn would just be just a letter in English instead of the Ankh? No, I don't think it would be. No. I think it would still be the Ankh. MST takes out MST. Huge. Brings back the Soul Exchange. And Magician of Faithfulness, but it can't get off its other effect because your field is full. Which is fine. You don't really need it. You're kind of doing well enough without it. I don't... Why'd you Book of Moon that? What was the point of Book of Mooning that? Pot of Greed again. Tribute for Seiryu. And that's game. Exact damage by... Oh, sorry, forgot about Karibo. Give it a turn. Give it a turn. No more exact damage, sadly. Shadow Spell! That'll work on the Witch, but Seiryu will still be strong enough to attack directly. Cyberjar in attack mode. Pot of Greed, Dark Hole, instant win card. Yeah. So true. Monster Reborn on Magician of Faith. I guess to tribute for Baphomet? And because you tribute it face down like that, you don't get its effect. Luminous Spark! Magician of Faithfulness gets the win. In Duel 2 for Tayana. Another very strong round 1 matchup. Two very strong duelists in this one. Surprising amount of these in a tournament like this. I see the interesting field bit now. I understand. Because it shows up like completely pitch black like that. And then, yeah, I understand. Apprentice Magician is revealed. And there's two of them, just for fun. Mystical Sheep will beat over them, unless you have Book of Moon, which you do, I figured. If you have a Seiryu, you can summon it. If you have a Magician of Faithfulness, you can summon it. Maybe a Soul Exchange could go well here. Mage Power, that also works. Just buff that Apprentice Magician, that's fine. Take out that one, you get to search for a Magician of Faith. Do you even have any? Yeah, you have Book of Moon. Right, I remember. I remember this. If you get Fusion, that would be huge right now. You do not. searches the Book of Moon. Monster Reborn on the Magician of Faith, I guess to tribute for Baphomet. Or Gaia. Nope. Sorry. Nah, just kidding. You actually do nothing. My bad. Silly me. Shadow Spell on Apprentice Magician. Book of Taiyu will activate the Morphing Jar. Oh, gets rid of 2 Magician of Faithfulnesses to your grave. That's a bad pull. Very bad luck with the Morphing Jar. Meanwhile, Yugi got much better luck. Graceful Charity. Filling your grave with spells and looking for something good. Monster Reborn on that. To Mage Power it. Okay. Not bad. That will defend against Gaia. Never mind. You have Polly. That will beat. That will lose. I think you have Book of Moon, though. Book of Moon counters that. Book of Moon counters Gaia the Dragon Champion. Baphomet searches Gazelle. You have another Gazelle. Book of Moon does, in fact, counter Gaia. But also weakens you with Mage Power. You grab another Magician of Faith. That's huge right now. What will that get you? That will get you a Book of Taiyu. Weird choice. Why would you choose that? You had so many good choices. Why did you not choose another Mage Power? Kind of a mistake? Mirror Force, it didn't matter! Even if you had another Mage Power, it would not have mattered. You're gonna use Taiyu on Morphing Jar. Pot of Greed. And Mage Power on the Morphing Jar and United We Stand so that it will beat over Gaia the Dragon Champion. What a deck. Harpy's Feather Duster! That's a hard counter. And a Pot of Greed. Speaking of what a deck. And another Gaia the Dragon Champion. He has 2 on the field at the same time. Of his boss monster. What a match. Wow. Oh, that was really good. I loved that. Bring Tayana back. Yugi moves on, but Tayana did amazing. Next up, Nibbles versus Beluga. 2 duelists we have not seen since the first ever Domino High tournament. I've heard that they've both buffed their decks a lot. And both have been doing a lot of winning in amateur duels lately. So we'll see who wins this time. So Nibbles' boss monsters are 2000 Needles and Harehane. 2000 Needles being the main boss monster. Beluga has Berserk Gorilla and Bazoo, I believe, as his biggest monsters, his boss monsters. So I guess Berserk Gorilla is sort of his boss monster. They both have beast decks. Rush recklessly will cause the Mamanga to beat out the Mamanga. Though I'm not sure why you didn't attack Giant Rat over that. I guess it didn't really matter because they both summon more. Well, I guess that's why, because you wanted to destroy one with Bubonic Vermin. That makes sense. You'll clear out the board a little. They both have similar decks here. Similar duelists. Ring of Destruction on his boss monster is pretty huge. Spring of Rebirth is pretty good because a lot of his deck revolves around bringing monsters back to the hand. So that's a pretty big one for him. His deck can kind of go out of control with Spring of Rebirth. He can just keep sending everything back to the hand and do good work with it. He can even bring the spells and traps back to the hand with Giant Trunade. Giant Rat searches Giant Rat, takes out the other Mamanga. Beluga is in trouble. Pretty good morphing jar for both of them. Losing Scapegoat is pretty big, though. Why didn't you set that? You really should have set the Scapegoat. That could have been big for him. I guess he didn't know he was going to get Morphing Jar. And that's the other big card for him. Ordeal of a Traveler. That combo, Ordeal of a Traveler with Spring of Rebirth, can just win him duels outright. It's so good. Granted, this is a bad hand for that because it's mostly monsters, but when it's a more varied hand with less monsters, it's a lot harder to call. And can be very strong. That is what ends up winning him a lot of duels. Trunade brings everything back to the hand. For some reason. Ordeal of a Traveler. And you call monster cards, that goes back, and that makes him gain life points. Gets rid of the stim pack as well, and another bad pull, see what I mean? It's very strong. That one worked out, but Hane Hane is still going to put you back in your hand. And this causes him to gain a ton of life points. It's a good strategy for Nibbles. He does very well with it. That Spring of Rebirth in hand does a lot of work. Confiscation is a brutal card. Gets rid of the Battle Ox. Hane Hane brings Berserk Gorilla back to the hand. See, he puts the cards back in the hand, and then he's able to take them out of the hand and put them in the graveyard with Confiscation. Spring of Rebirth, that's the exact thing you don't want it to land on. That just helps Nibbles. He summons Bubonic Vermin and goes in. Why'd you wait to do that? You could have gone in for way more. It's fine, you're probably gonna win either way. Berserk Gorilla! And it's a good one for Berserk Gorilla to get. That's a huge draw. Oh, never mind. He said it. Would have been a huge draw if he kept it in his hand. His biggest weakness is when he plays all his cards. Well, you know that's a spell card. So you should say spell card. You know that's a spell... He may be stupid. And 2 vermin go in. For some reason, he doesn't know that your hand is spell cards. So you're winning easily. Trap Dust Shoot is another one that can take things out of his hand and put it back in his deck. Beluga is in trouble. Magic Drain on the Megamorph. He does not discard for it. Interestingly enough. He said monster card again. Beluga has 1 turn to out this. When Nibbles gets this combo going, it's very hard to get him out of it. The Berserk Gorilla is now gone. Gaia power is pretty big on Bazoo. Bazoo banishes 3. 3,000 attack. Will it even go through? Probably not. No, monster cards, nope. You know he has that Spring of Rebirth in hand. You should be calling spell cards every time. Cylinder is good, but his life points are way too high for it to matter. Nibbles wins duel 1. Bazoo with the Stim Pack. It's a lot of attack. He does not have his combo at all. Confiscation takes out the Gorilla. That's huge. Grenade gets rid of the Stim Pack. Rush recklessly goes off for some reason. You shouldn't have done that. He just baited you. The Stim Pack comes back. The Gaia power comes back, but the Stim Pack's going back to your hand. Or, sorry, the Stim Pack's going to the graveyard. Because you're going back to the hand. Now, those Momongas are really good for stalling until you can get your better cards. Never mind, that was a huge trap hole. Beluga has a chance here. He needs to summon his big monsters, which is what his deck is best at, really. And just go in for as much damage as he can. Now this is how Beluga wanted it. That's a dead draw. That's a win for Beluga. One. We're going to game 3. As you can see, Beluga's deck is actually pretty strong when it's not being completely in check by Ordeal of the Traveler plus Spring of Rebirth. The Liquid Duo is pretty nasty. Plus that Morphing Jar will allow you to get to your better cards. Magic Drain on the Invigoration. You should be discarding for that, please. You do not. That's fine. It's not a huge deal. It'll probably go back to your hand eventually anyway. Yeah, so things get brought back to your hand, Morphing Jar discards your whole hand. So there's another way he can get rid of your cards. And he got the combo. He didn't play it. He played Dark Confidence. Oh wait, he already has it up. Never mind. He's good. Okay. Good one. He does have the perfect hand though, the one of each card. Yep. So it's gonna be hard for you to get attacks off. Spiritualism brings Gaia power back to the hand. True Nade brings everything back to the hand. This guy just loves bringing things back to the hand. We're going back on the Gaia Power Stim Pack, but Ordeal of a Traveler, it's just a spell card, which apparently you don't know how Ordeal of a Traveler works. So you keep saying monster cards? And the Gaia Power's buffing your enemy now. Why'd you summon that last if you were going to do it in attack mode? Misplay. Okay, can you do it? Nope, you can only say monster cards. Looks like Nibble's beating you. Nibbles wins, but Beluga put up a fight, at the very least. He'll be going up against Yugi next round. Next up, we have Duke Devlin against Bucky. Bucky, one of Diesel Kane's gang. Did the other two lose in Diesel Kane's gang? Let me check. It was Kaizo and Elvis, and yeah, they both lost. So this is the last one of them. And Kane's not going to be happy if they both lost so easily. Or that all three of them, I should say. As you can see, he has a very similar deck to Elvis. They duel together and train together. Whereas Duke Devlin has his classic zombie dice deck with Dokuro Rider and Shadow Ghoul. Dice Jar is a new addition. He will be doing 1,000 damage with it. Blind Destruction is a pretty big one. However, 6 is a no-hit. It has to be the level, so it has to be a level 4. Break out these to kill these guys. Skull Dice, just to lessen the damage. Did not do a huge impact, just 600 damage worth. You know, that could make a difference. Duke's in trouble. He needs something here. He needs something for a Shadow Ghoul. Pyramid Turtle actually works. Blind Destruction does not hit the 4 that he needed. I thought he was going to play Pyramid Turtle, but I guess he's sacking it for the Dokuro Rider. Ooh, that's really bad. The Mother Grizzly can crash with that, but he has Graceful Dice at the very least. He really needs a 4 with Blind Destruction. A 6 would be catastrophic, but a 4 would out the Mother Grizzly. It's a bad draw. He needs the 4. He does not get the 4. That's looking awful for Duke Devlin. Because of Umiruka, he can crash, get a 3rd Mother Grizzly, and that's the game. Blind Destruction did nothing. If he waited and saved that Skull Dice, he could have lived another turn, possibly gotten the Blind Destruction or something good from his deck. Like that Raigeki, that would have been huge. Shorts of Pot agreed. Senju searches the Dokuro Rider. It's a lot better of a start for Duke Devlin, I'll give him that. Much better hand. Fusion Sage searches the Polymerization. Skull Dice is an interesting play here. It doesn't do anything. Kind of a bad play, I will have to say. That Mother Grizzly is a real threat in this deck. Raigeki takes it out. I get it, honestly. Pyramid Turtle gets Trap Hold. That's kind of brutal. Book of Life, however, will bring it back. And banish the Mother Grizzly. It's pretty important for him, because if that Mother Grizzly comes back, he's in danger. However, the Pyramid Turtle can search for his Shadow Ghoul. So the Pyramid Turtle is very valuable. Why not at the very play the Sonic Bird first so that you can search, right? Thin your deck a little. It just feels like bad play. Except the Versago, that's pretty huge. If he gets a fusion off, Duke is in danger. He just needs to make sure he doesn't draw any Mother Grizzlies, because the Mother Grizzly still outs him. There are 2 Mother Grizzlies left in the deck. Now, Gold Dice and Graceful Dice can out both Mother Grizzlies, if he uses them sparingly, hopefully. So, those are less of a concern now. There's the Shadow Ghoul. Shadow Ghoul actually would do 2,000 and out to the Mother Grizzlies right now. But he doesn't want to sack the Dokuro Rider. He wants to sack something weaker. Like a Dice Jar. Dice Jar would be a good sack. And the MST is also pretty big, but he probably has another field spell in his hand, honestly. That was really bad. His opponent got the 6,000. Zone Eater! That'll destroy your card one day. 5th turn after the attack. That'll destroy your Dokuro Rider. That should be an auto win the duel if that gets off, in my opinion. Because I've never seen Zone Eater go off. Upstart, actually very helpful for Duke Devlin. His life points are getting to be more manageable. And Bucky only has 1 turn left. Another helpful card for Duke Devlin. It's Duke's game. And Duke wins it. On to game 3. Bucky performing better than the rest of his gang. Mostly because of Mother Grizzly. Mother Grizzly Umi Ruka. That card's putting in work. Speaking of, MST will take out the negate attack, and you are Raigekking the Mother Grizzly because that is the most painful card for you right now. Sonic Bird searches the ritual. And Tribute for Shadow Ghoul, only 1700. And the Zone Eater will take it out in 5 turns. We'll see if that ever goes off. You've outed the Shadow Ghoul eventually. Oh no, another Zone Eater. Anything but that. You should be using the Spirit Reaper to rip cards from his hand. That's what I would do. He doesn't want to risk the life points, but I really don't think it matters. It's worth it to rip the cards. I kind of hope the Zone Eater goes off. That would be really funny. Why the Pyramid Turtle and not the Senju? Because of the attack points, I guess? Interesting play. Well, if he doesn't get the fusion off, or Mother Grizzly Umi Ruka, he loses. Is this the fusion? Oh my gosh, he got the fusion. All 3 cards. One of them was a Mystical Sheep, but still. The Aqua Dragon, his boss monster. Why not go for the Shadow Ghoul first? Blind Destruction will look to take out the Aqua Dragon, hopefully. I guess you're not taking out the Shadow Ghoul because Zone Eater has that under control. Ooh. Wait. If you can... No, I was gonna say if you could find a way to put 2 more monsters in the grave, but you could only put 1 more in the grave. Could have been good. That outs the Shadow Ghoul. The Aqua Dragon is his boss, is very deadly. If you had that Pyramid Turtle, never mind, there it is. 5! That would have outed the Dokuro Rider. Senju goes to the grave. That's another monster for the Shadow Ghoul. Blind Destruction outs Dokuro Rider. Pyramid Turtle goes in, searches for the Shadow Ghoul. Oh, sorry. We're gonna get more for the Shadow Ghoul. There we go. Now the Shadow Ghoul outs the Aqua Dragon. Why'd you put Spirit Reaper in attack if you didn't want to rip the last card? If you ripped the cards, he would have never been able to summon that Aqua Dragon. Whatever. You won anyway. Hold on. Blind Destruction could take out the Shadow Ghoul, guys. Let's think about this. Oh, okay. It would have taken out the Aqua Dragon, funnily enough. Shadow Ghoul wins. That's Duke. Moving on. Good match. Bucky put up a fight. Which means there's only 1 duel left in the first round. Hold on. Which will be Suzoji, who we last saw in Duelist Kingdom, who is upset about his poor performances and wants to rise up on his own without being carried by Tomoya, even though he still enjoys being carried by Tomoya. And Fortuno, who hasn't dueled since the Domino High tournament in one of our tournaments. Fortuno's deck all about seeing your opponent's cards and finding ways to counter them. Suzoji having a fusion ritual deck, focusing on getting out Hungry Burger and Sandwich and Musician King. Truly a fierce trio of boss monsters. Hungry Burger is brought back to his deck. Attack is negated. Holly is huge. Eye of Truth lets him see your hand. Holly gets him the Sandwich and the Witch Search. Perfect. Exactly what he wants. Witch Searches Senju, which will then... Oh. You don't want to add a Hungry Burger to your hand? Why not? Okay, whatever. Seems kind of strange, if you ask me, but that's just me. Why? 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 What's with you? Why? If you... Why'd you get rid of the Sandwich for that? Yeah, his deck is Sandwich and Burger. It's pretty cool. He won Hungry Burger from Mokuba at or I think Tomoya won Hungry Burger from Mokuba, but then Tomoya or Suzoji was like, you have to give me Hungry Burgers, so he did. And now he's the Hungry Burger Sandwich deck. But I don't know why he did that. What was the point of ritualing hamburger by using the sandwich? The sandwich is stronger than the burger. And you could have ritualed those guys into the burger, and that would have made sense. But you didn't. You only ritualed sandwich into the burger. I don't know what your deal is. And you didn't search the burger. If you searched the burger before, you could have ritualed the burger into the burger, which would have been a lot better, because then you could have had a burger and a sandwich. And a burger and a sandwich is better than no burger, or than a burger with no sandwich. Or a sandwich with no burger. You gotta think about these kind of things. This is important dueling knowledge, of course. Anyway, Suzoji wins Duel 1. Good for him. He deserves it. Or not. I don't know, really. I'm not that concerned about it, to be honest. Fortuno is trying to convince everyone he's psychic, even though his cards are about seeing your cards, and if he was psychic, he wouldn't need those cards to see your cards, he'd just be able to look at them with his mind's eye. So I don't know why he's not using his mind's eye right now. Inspection, what a card. Premature Barrow brings back Senju. Senju searches. Never mind, I'm lying. It doesn't actually search. It doesn't do anything. It's actually trash. Ring of Destruction is huge. That'll do 6k. 6,000. Sorry. 1,600. I really wanted to say 6,000 there. Pot of Greed could be huge. You could get out the Musician King. Or the Hungry Burger. Why, you should have played the Witch. If you played the Witch, you would have got a search. Okay. He doesn't know how to use his deck. That's fine. It's fine. It's not like I built it for him or anything. Like, who cares? Whatever. He draws a hamburger recipe. Not a great draw. Bombardment Beetle does nothing. It's a garbage, useless card that does nothing for him. You can't out that Hungry Burger. It's too powerful. Why are you attacking with Hungry Burger? You know it's probably just Bombardment Beetle. Whatever, you can win with Hungry Burger next turn. See, that's a Bombardment Beetle. Attack it with the sheep. Or sorry, it's an armed ninja. Attack it with the sheep. That outs the 7 tools. Fortuno has 1 turn until Suzoji sweeps. And getting 2-0'd by Suzoji would be embarrassing. Even though Suzoji claims he was a pro because he was at Duelist Kingdom. Even though he snuck in. It was a stowaway and was not actually supposed to be there at all. Anyway, he's the number 11 seed in the tournament and moved on, so what do I know? On to round 2. Next up is Cici Kageyama versus Miyuki Sakurai. Cici's deck seemed very strong. I think she would be the favorite to win here. But both decks were clearly pretty good. Could go either way. There we go. Alright, buffing the Blue Wing Crown. That's, I think, the only monster that she still has from her first deck that she used in the Domino City tournament. Is the Blue Wing Crown. It was used to summon her fusion, which she does not have anymore. She grew out of fusions, many such cases. Should have attacked with Blue Ring Crown first. Learn from Suzoji. Suzoji attacks in the right order. Dark Snake Syndrome aims to make it a draw. Miyuki wants to win, so she gets rid of it. Interesting strategy to want to win rather than draw. Sorry, Cici, I know that's B's whole thing to draw, not you. Look at all these sorcerers. Ancient Sorcerer, Sorcerer of the Doom, Mass Sorcerer. Like, do you ever get sick of sorcerers? We're just gonna keep doing this. Kamakiri attacks, it's not enough. Blue and Crown attacks, Kamakiri direct. Till the end of time. Now we have a Tornado Bird. Now that'll attack and not work. Good stuff. Never mind, Stern Mystic goes in for nothing because of Negate Attack. Why play Dark Snake Syndrome there? I will never know. I was wrong to bet on Cici, clearly. I underestimated Miyuki. Yeah, that's an easy win. Sorcerer of the Doom goes in on the Owl. Owl searches the field spell. That's pretty big. Field spell does great work here. With the Gust Fan on Garuda. And yeah, you're gonna need some big mage power to be able to beat this. But you keep drawing only monsters. It's really bad draws for CC. Her deck has a lot more potential than this, but she's drawing very badly. Her deck focuses around her spells, and she keeps drawing her monsters. That's another monster. Now, if a monster that's too weak attacks into that, you can draw a card. Never mind, that's not going to be too weak. But, you know, that'd be pretty good if it happened. I'm not sure what can save you here, to be honest. Banner of Courage is a step in the right direction, but not good enough. Never mind, it's gone. And a Follow Wind. She's got all the equips. All the wind buffs, all the bird buffs. Yeah, no chance. Easy win for Miyuki. CC just did not get the draw she needed. That's all it is. She genuinely had a lot more potential than that. She just drew the wrong cards. She didn't draw her spells and traps. When she drew them, she did extremely well. Next up is Anchi against Serenity. Anchi, I believe, is the last of the Storebreakers still in, trying to get Exodia for themselves. Against Serenity, who just beat their leader. So, if anyone can beat Anchi, it's her. It's a funny way the bracket shook up. Worked out. I think those are what I was trying to say at the same time. For it to be Rebecca Anchi, Serenity Masumi, Anchi Serenity. Anchi looking to be the most formidable of the Storebreakers. Serenity takes the Doom Caliber, attacks with it. And she gonna... No, she does not sacrifice it. He just did that for 1900. Interesting. Doom Caliber takes out the Cure Mermaid, naturally. Not really sure why you did that turn that way. Seemed like a misplay to me. You didn't have the tribute or anything. Head of Ill Omen gets negated by Doom Caliber. Nuking your own board. That's some good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Keep it up. You're gonna need to attack into that. That works. Good. That's the thing that, who was it in the last one? It was Rebecca. Rebecca made the mistake of leaving that card on the field too much. That card needs to be taken care of. Solemn Wishes gets 7 tooled, which allows him to get his boss monster off and pop the Fire Princess. She needs some sort of removal to get rid of that. Only St. Joan can stand up to that. And it'll be hard to get removal when you're not able to use spells. Like that. Monster Reborn has been negated by the Imperial Order. Serenity is in trouble. She can only hope to stall while he gets rid of all of his life points with Imperial Order. That'll help. That will definitely help a lot with the stalling. She could actually win this if she gets her burn off. You won't even be able to use 7 tools. Imperial Order counts that as a spell? Becomes an equipped spell card. Wow. Yeah, so you have to wait until Imperial Order gets off the field, which will be very soon. He has one more turn of it. Another one. That'll be huge, actually. She has a chance. She has a chance. I think she could do it. Feather Duster! Magic Jammer, no! That's huge, though. You got rid of the Magic Jammer, you got rid of his hand. And now Kisai Tai is going to give you a bunch of health. It's only half, though, so you're getting exactly his... Gravity Bind will do it. Solemn Judgment gets rid of 100 life points to negate the Gravity Bind. But she still has a shot with the Kisai Ties. If she can get 100 damage a burn, she wins the duel. 100 damage is enough. She's going to be gaining a lot of life points. Kaiku's pretty bad. Takes out the Cure Mermaid. He didn't summon Kaiku for some reason. Interesting play. She doesn't have anything. She'll still gain good life points, but she doesn't have anything. She needs the card. If she gets the card that deals damage when you gain life points, she wins the duel. That card wins her the duel outright. Which can search it? She searches for Marie instead. Interesting. I would not have made that play, personally. She was going for St. Joan. That's what I thought. Magic Drain, she can discard. She discards Polly. Kind of funny. She gets out St. Joan. St. Joan takes out the cat. Now, I would crash if I were Anchi. I would absolutely crash here. He does not. Wait, why'd you do it in attack? You have some... Horn of Heaven, I guess? Right, that's only on summon. Okay. St. Joan is devastating your board. If she gets the card that does burn, you're screwed. Serenity proving that she's better than Anzu at using this deck. Is that the one? Yep. That's the one. Fire Princess. She got it. Wow. What a duel. Wow. What a comeback. Good for her. Serenity out. Anchi's Anchi. Who save Exodia. She needs to win again. Exodia in the hands of Anchi could be very dangerous. Two Solemn Wishes is very good. They can't be 7 tools because you played them before he did. Those would go very well with a Fire Princess. You've shown that the life point gain means a lot to you. Feather Duster is huge. And there's the Fire Princess. And because he didn't get any of his counter traps off, he can't summon his boss until he gets a magic drain off. She also steals his monster. However, he plays one of his own. Now, the Fire Princess Solemn Wishes is going to do a lot of damage. This is what her deck was made for. This is the entire point of it. Magic Drain will go off and allows him to summon his boss monster. That's brutal, because she didn't have a card to discard. On the Pot of Greed, too. Does 1500 burn. Fire Princess in defense is smart. That way you'll at least get 1,000 more burn off of him. Because he wanted to do that damage to you. And you're going in on the cat. I respect it. I appreciate it. He searches Horn of Heaven, interestingly enough. I don't know if I agree with that play. I think I disagree with it even. I'm curious as to what she has said. It's probably a Kisaitai, which would be brutal for him. That could be a Gravity Bind. I'm just speculating here. Mirror Force! That's worse! Huge! However, he has another boss and he could summon it very easily. He doesn't really have the means to summon it right now, though. Luckily for her. Serenity's winning. Serenity's freaking winning. I'm excited for her. I did not expect this at all. I thought she would lose. I thought she would lose 2-0. I'm getting a lot of wins I didn't expect here. Ooh, he can't even 7 tools anymore. Horn of Heaven is useless. He's lost. Serenity wins 2-0 and saves Exodia. Basically single-handedly. Because these were the 2 toughest ones, and she beat them both. Who beat the other one? The one that was not as good? Bukachi lost to Joey. Right. It was Joey and Serenity. Wow. Good for them. And now she's going to be against Miyuki, who helped her a lot when she was in the hospital. Wow. I love the way this bracket's working out. Next up is Arthur Hawkins against Hayama. I'm rooting for Arthur here. I love his deck. I like Hayama too, don't get me wrong. I think the Harpy deck is cool. I like that it focuses on the dragon. Because that's not usually a thing you see is decks that focus on Harpy's pet dragon. So it's a unique twist on Harpies. You know, his deck is like Sky Scout, Birdface, Harpy's pet dragon. It's an interesting Harpy deck. Now he can get his boss out. He does not. He's going to wait on that until he has more cards in the grave. That's fair. Sangang gets Trap Hold. That still lets its effect go off. That's not bad. It will search for the tomato. And as predicted, he turtles into Birdface. Probably again. Yep. And then gets out the Shadow Ghoul. That is the Arthur strategy. Just fill the grave with as many monsters as you can and buff up that Shadow Ghoul. Brain Control will steal it, but unless you have a tribute, that doesn't mean much. You do not, I figured, because Harpy's Pet Dragon should be your only tribute, and that's a 2 tribute monster. So, did not mean a lot to steal that Shadow Ghoul. Kiri goes in. Nothing. I would have thought you'd trade your tomatoes for those. That seems like a more Arthur thing to do, but you know. Curse of Aging is huge there. That was such a good play. Incredible counter. Serpent comes back. He now has Pot of Greed. That lets him draw 2 cards. Tribute to the Doomed will take out the tomato. Why not the Comet? Huh? It's just so bad. It's just so bad. Book of Taiyu takes out the Shadow Ghoul. Which will search. And Rope of Life. Getting 2 more monsters in the grave. And buffing it above the Harpy ladies. Searches the Shadow Ghoul. And then you're able to search again next turn if you tribute for the Shadow Ghoul. It's good play. Searches the tomato. Very nice. Now, if he summons Dragon next turn, Harpy's Pet Dragon, it won't be buffed by Harpy Lady. Oh, right, Noble Man-Eater. He does have a 1 tribute. I forgot. And it has to destroy 2, so it destroys itself naturally as the second target. That was good. That was good play. Call of the Haunted will bring back the Shadow Ghoul, though, so Hayama is in danger. His resources have all been used up. That's probably a Man-Eater bug. Which can out the Shadow Ghoul. But he has 2! Negates the attack. Okay. A Noble Man-Eater would be really big here. It's a terraforming that allows you to get your field spell. Not very helpful in this scenario. Unless you can somehow get off your pet dragon, which it doesn't look like you can. It was just a Harpy Lady. Not even a Man-Eater bug. Hayama has 1 turn left, and I don't... Pot of Greed into Harpy's Pet Dragon. Nope. Figured. Why? To buff that Shadow Ghoul? That may have been the biggest misplay of your career. I mean, granted, you're still gonna win, but come on. And why an attack mode? Okay, whatever, you won. That's fine. That's fine. Tribute to the Doom to destroy your own card again, and you destroy the Millennium Shield that you just summoned. Oh, Arthur. What a guy. What a guy. What a deck. Whatever, he's winning. Arthur is in danger to himself with too many resources, given how much he self-sabotages. Rising Air current turn 1 is huge. He's gonna need a lot of Shadow Ghoul buffs to keep up with that. Which the tomato will help with a lot. And the Sangan, of course. And the Curse of Aging. Don't use the Curse of Aging yet, please. Good. I'm surprised you didn't go tomato into tomato, but I guess you wanted to go witch into tomato to extend it slightly longer. That does sound like you. To do any little thing to extend a combo for slightly longer. That is your game. Gets rid of the Fairy Meteor Crush to get rid of the field spell. Curse of Aging. I would not have done that. I would not have used Curse of Aging there. I would have waited. I get it. But I would have waited until you had an attack tomato. And then, like, it could crash, it could hit it, kill itself, you know? Whatever. Drain control. Uh-oh. Did you just lose? No. You did not just lose, but it was very close. You were 1,000 away from losing there. Wow. Now you gotta be careful what you put in attack mode. You should trade those giant rats with each other. You're not doing it. At least you get rid of Birdface. That's pretty good. I would have thought you would trade the giant rats. That sounds like you. Who are you, Arthur? Oh, but he trades. Hayama's willing to trade. This buffs the Shadow Ghoul. Now, what's the point of getting out 2 Harpy Ladies here? I have to think about that. Oh, Morphing Jar. Ooh, you were hurting. Why didn't you attack the Morphing Jar? Am I missing something? Why didn't you get out the... Okay. You don't have to activate the effect. You didn't have to bring out the Morphing Jar. Did you not have a Pyramid Turtle? Yeah, you could have done Pyramid Turtle. Why didn't you do Pyramid Turtle? What? Okay. Book of Moon. Good counter for now. Rope of Life actually doesn't do anything because you have no cards in your hand. Oh, Man-Eater Bug destroys it. Takes out the jar. Sangan will search. Grabs the tomato. That makes sense. Both Sangans can't search, but Rope of Life will activate and bring back the Sangan with good attack. Mirage of Nightmare will let you draw a lot of cards and buff that Shadow Ghoul a lot. It's close. But it's looking in the favor of Arthur. He draws a ton of cards. Those will all go to his graveyard and buff his Shadow Ghoul. Serpent comes back. He sets the Serpent, which is interesting. I guess he gets more cards this way. And then it has less likelihood of being discarded this turn. A tribute summon for the Noble Maneater. Can tribute can out that. Huge. Never mind. Sorry, I forgot you were stupid. Why? He almost did it. He's in trouble. He's in trouble. He could have outed it. If he keeps that Pot of Greed, that'd be good. Saying it would even be good. That's a bad one. That's good. Good. 50-50? No. Doesn't get it. What does this even do for him? That's trash. He's out of options. He has one turn to win the duel. He was so close. Wait, he can Book of Life. Wait, if he gets Book of... No. 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 Wow. He lost by deck out. That's 1-1. He could have won that. He really could have won that. If he just outed the card instead of outing his own card, he could have won that. The Noble Maneater is what won it for him. I mean, come on. No. Please, don't do your own. Yes! Huge! He used Tribute on his opponent's card. Mirage of Nightmare is a little dangerous given last duel, but hopefully you use it better this time. Hopefully it gets rid of those Millennium Shields. You don't seem to know how to play those very well. There's a lot of changes I want to do to this deck. Oh, he actually did that That's actually what I wanted him to do with those cards. Like, I wanted him to do that forever ago. No. Get rid of the shields, man. He doesn't know how to use the shields. Please get rid of the shields. That hand is so good if you get rid of the shields. Okay, this is literally just to do damage. If you had a tribute, you would have used it. Please. No. Yes. Not bad. I'll take it. Call of the Haunted brings back Giant Rat. Tribute on the Sky Scout is very solid. Good job. No, why an attack? Why the shield in attack? What? You were so good. You were being so good. Okay. Well. Now your whole hand is going. You want to keep that giant rat. Good. Good. Okay, bad. Oh. Well, at least you have one. You have one there. It can only really go into Pyramid Turtle and Morphing Jar, and that's another Book of Moon. Okay. I think Mirage of Nightmare is gonna deck Arthur Hawkins out. He has his Shadow Ghoul. He only has one copy of Mirage of Nightmare, and it's screwing him in both duels. Oh, sorry, it's not going to deck him out because he's going to lose before it can. Ayama actually beat Arthur Hawkins the Pro. Ayama's proving himself. 2-1. I was not expecting that. Next duel's a big one. Look at that, Tristan Taylor versus Princess Anzu. My money's on Anzu here, as much as I love Tristan Sack. And I would love to have Tristan win all the time. I'm happy either way, don't get me wrong. But I think Princess Anzu's got this. She could win the whole tournament. She could really bring it back here. I mean, that's why she's here ultimately. She wants redemption, and it looks like this tournament's able to give her that. She got her win already. She's already redempted, as far as I'm concerned. Ooh, Breaker outs the Polly. Is that Polly? Steals the Tainted Wisdom. Okay, never mind. She doesn't use Breaker's effect. Premature Burial, I meant, not Polly. Yeah, Magical Library and Attack was not the greatest play. I get that you guys have a problem with 0 attack monsters. You just, like, really want to play them in attack for some reason. Okay, you will Breaker. Good. That's good to get rid of the Premature Burial. You will Fissure the Tainted Wisdom. For some reason, that was kind of unnecessary. I guess it's fine. Mirror Force takes out the Ancient Brain and the Megamorph. Tristan is in trouble. And he doesn't really have a way to draw into a fusion right now. Yep. Oh, sorry. Forgot. He doesn't even get another turn. My bad. Anzu showing that she is better than anyone ever gave her credit for. Except for Aether, who always believed in her. Breaker takes out Robayaru. However, I see a Skull Knight in your future. Hopefully that face down card can't out the Skull Knight. There it is. And it was a Mirror Force, of course. There goes the Skull Knight. Good Monster Reborn material. She does not have the Reborn. Could you imagine? Wait, did she use it on Robayaru? Aha, if you waited! If you waited, you could have had it. Negate attack will buy Tristan one turn. Dark Hole, what a top deck. Never mind. She has the two counters to negate it. Anti-spell wins her the duel. Wow. Good for her. Next up, Fizdis versus Risa Kageyama. Risa is the last of the Kageyama sisters in the tournament after Cece got out. Should Fizdis just beat B? Yeah, she did. So after Fizdis beat B, she is now up against Risa. There we go. I am rooting for Fizdis, personally. I would love a Fizdis win. I think her deck is very fun. Book of Moon on the Tomato. Shadow Spell on the Serpentine Princess. I think those were both bad plays. To be real with you, I think those were not great decisions made by both players. Ooh. You played Pikaru out of those three cards that you had to choose from? Pikaru was the one that you chose there? I don't really get that one. There were better options. Ooh, change of heart. Don't play Curran. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's better. Now, let's see what we get from Morphing Jar. Get rid of Change of Heart, that's huge. Witch's Apprentice, get rid of some good spells. Dark Witch, that's huge. To get rid of. Yeah. Now imagine this card beats Dark Witch and gets its effect off. I'm just saying, it could happen. Change of Heart on Curran. Mage Power on Tomato. Rival appears to save her. Losing the penguin effect to save yourself. Good stuff, but that tomato is big. That's an extremely large tomato. And you've lost. No chance. Tomato takes out Curran, which hits direct. Risa is getting revenge for her sister. What was the point of that Book of Moon? That felt a little unnecessary. Wait, what? The penguin. Did you take the penguin? Wait, it might. Oh, creature swap. You creature swapped it. I forgot. I was zoned out. You got the Dark Witch. And it's been Ring of Destructions and just deserted. But you could have beat it and then you could have special summoned Princess Picaro. Could you imagine if she actually did that? Why not? Wait, you didn't give it the pile of the princesses. I guess because you want it to be attacked for cylinder? Oh, oh, she can actually do it. Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm so excited. We're here. I was here. Flip it. Do not fiber jar whenever you do. Yes? I'm listening. Lyle? Oh, Prince Pikaru! No fiber jar, no! Please look. Got it. She got her boss monster off. Oh, wow. Do not flip that fiber jar. You have a way to get rid of it? Like, 2400. I mean, come on. It's so good. Why not use the Serpentine Princess? Oh, because of the Dark Door and Vengeful Bog Spirit, I see. That actually makes sense. These are kind of benefiting Fizdis right now. If you think about it. Oh, the princesses for Curran! Curran! Imagine she summons another Dark Witch and we get Princess Curran. Oh wait, that is Princess Curran. Never mind. We don't get that. Princess Curran would have been so much better here than Princess Picaro, because then you would have been able to do the passive burn. Oh, there's the mage power. Wait, but you have the freaking cylinder. So it's fine. And then you could fiber jar. And lose your Princess Picaro, but still you could fiber jar. But I mean that's kind of the whole point of this deck. Is to like do a bunch of burn, gain a bunch of life points, and then fiber jar when you're in danger. You got Ebon, Magician Curran. Oh, she's. I guess you don't have to fiber jar yet. That's fine. You could wait until she attacks into it and waste the battle phase. No banish cards. Sad to see Princess Curran go. It was... Princess Picaro go. It was so good to see her. So good while it lasted. Morphing jar, wait. Okay, I guess that's fine, because that brings the fiber jar back and gets rid of the Sangan's equip. So that's fine. It all depends on what she attacks into. Scroll of Bewitchment to change her Witch's Apprentice into a light monster to get rid of all of its attack. Yeah. I guess that's a thing you could technically do. Wow. A lot of cards, huh? It's almost like there's been a whole 18-turn duel. Anyway, let's start over. Yeah, Pikaru with the Trial of Princesses! 2 of them! Huge! Summon a Dark Witch just for fun. Please? Heart? Why didn't you do it with Curran? Curran could have done Burn. You don't want to do Burn? Ooh. That's actually not that much damage, considering how high Fizdis's life points are. And growing. Ooh! I knew she was gonna do it on Pikaru. Yeah! Let's go Fizdis. I liked that duel. Alright, one more. Why is she not drawing her card that shuffles things back into the deck? I liked that one. No, not this play. Oh, and then you're gonna shadow. I've seen this duel, man. This was the first duel you two did. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, that was crazy. Now morphing jar it out, please. Thank you. What's this? His arrival appears yet. Creature swap. Creature swap. Wait, huh? Wait. Why? That was so funny. That was so funny. Why did you creature swap twice? Pikaru with the buff over Sangan. Sangan searches and grabs Tomato. Why did you not crash? That would have been the perfect crash opportunity. And instead, you get your points back? Like, that was awful. You could have crashed. Crashing would have been really smart there. Anyway, everything's gone. I don't know why you would do that. Why would you set the morphing jar there? Whatever, Serpentine Princess. Morphing jar the Serpentine Princess, please, please. I really want it. There's the compulsory escape device, which you can use on the Serpentine Princess next turn. Huh? Yeah. She listened. She heard me. Please. Yes. Why'd you... You used it on the... Okay, that's fine. Not a huge deal. That's fine. We morphing jar. Grabs Curran. Other one grabs Tomato. Not great. Not great for Fizdis. Ooh. She needs Fiber Jar, which she's not getting. Yeah, it looks like Fizdis is gonna be out, but she did well. Ooh, Dark Witch. Now, imagine Curran. Hold on. Penguin Soldier. Curran with the buff. Takes out the Dark Witch, that's all I'm saying. Both Dark Witches go back to hand. Just desserts is not enough to win the duel. That's it. Risa beats the number 2 seed in Fizdis. Alright, next up, Joey Wheeler versus Sammy. Joey is, I imagine not very happy with having to face a child. He's like, hey, what's the big idea? Why I gotta fool a little kid? And Yugi's like, that little kid beat Bandit Keith, Joey. Hey, that was all Pegasus. That wasn't the kid. That was the Millennium Eye. You know. Anyway, Joey. We got Sammy. Joey has to fight a child. Good for him. And then Tristan goes, at least this is one duel you can actually win. And then he's like, hey, why I oughta, classic Joey. Go, Heavy Storm! And then Taya goes, do you think he could win? Or something. Like, I don't know. Wait, did you just get rid of Dark Hole of all cards? I don't think that's the one I would have got rid of, Joey. You could have used that for the Gem Elephant. Oh, this is a rough one. You need fusion, please. Those are not fusion. Oh my god, you set your freaking time wizard, man. Oh, aw. No, you could have gotten Thousand Dragon. Fairy box, yo! Now we're talking about good. You knew that was Gem Elephant. Hey, I forgot. We can just summon that again. Please. Why? Why? Why are we here? Why'd you summon it in defense mode when you have Fairy Box? Oh, you got the Time Wizard again. Don't. Please. Okay. Okay. You know what? Me too. I would have done that too. So true. I agree. I agree with that decision wholeheartedly. See? Now he's scared. You're scaring off a child, Joey. Oh, Spike. What a card. Hey, I don't expect him to have a second one. Isn't that cheating? This will attack directly. Fairy Box will say it hits. And it goes to the grave. Now, this card is meant to facilitate the Flying Elephant KO. Oh, Joey, this is painful to watch. Please, you need Thousand Dragon. Please. You know what? This is good for Joey. This is very good for Joey. Whatever it lands on. Great. Oh, that's huge. Pot agreed. Okay. Please? No. No, that was bad. You need Polly. You need... Wait, this is fine. Sammy's getting rid of his entire field. Sammy's making a huge mistake. Okay, never mind. Joey's actually fine. Sammy's throwing for Joey because he feels bad for him. Poor guy can't even beat me. This was a sad duel. Come on, Sammy. I expect better. Joey did not draw a single poly that entire game. Interesting hand. He does have Trap Hole of Spikes, which would be great against a Flying Elephant or even an Impachi. Impachi comes back and holds the field. Fairy Box is huge. It should be in attack mode though. So you could have destroyed that card. Wow. Okay, well, you could have destroyed both of them. If that was an attack. Okay, negate attack. And Beast King is an attack. Good. Good, good, good. He could actually summon Red Eyes. Impachi? Wait, what? Why? Joey, you're supposed to use Grave Robber on your turn. He may not realize this. He needs to hope that Fairy Box hits in his favor twice. It does once. Michizuri takes out Beast King of all things. Why didn't you take out Battle Ox? Did you forget that it was your effect making it lose the attack? Like, wait, is it? There's no way it's permanent, right? What even this? Oh, it is because it's an equip. My bad, my bad. Never mind. That was the right move. Egg on my face. Summon Red Eyes. Yes. Red Eyes Black Dragon, his boss monster. He needs to break out the Red Eyes to beat this kid. Gem Elephant holds the field. But not for long. Sammy's got one turn. Draws a normal monster. And another one. That's good. And another one. Pot of Greed. Into Upstart. Better be Mirror Force. I doubt Sammy can afford Mirror Force. I don't know what his mom is buying him. Alright. Jelly Beans. Shocker. Next up is Yugi Muto, the highest seed left in the tournament, against Nibbles. Nibbles is dangerous. I am worried for Yugi here because Yugi's monsters require a lot of resources to get onto the field, and Nibbles' whole thing is that he takes them off the field and into your hand. So a fusion going back to your hand could be devastating. Yugi could lose this one. We'll see. See, he's got his boss monster, Gaia the Dragon Champion, but... Okay, it's not a Hane Hane. That's big. That's already big. Now, it's interesting. This time we don't get to see Nibble's hand, so we don't know what he has. Fissure could be big on that giant rat. Never mind. He doesn't care. He wants to save it. That's fair. You don't want him to get through a lot of his deck. I'll tell you that much. Tributes the giant rat for the Curse of Dragon. That's good. Those better not be Hane Hanes, because those two cards back in the hand are bricks. Are useless. There's a high chance of Hane Hanes being in there. Oh, that's even worse. Yep. He probably guessed monster. The fusion! Oh, the magic jammer was huge. Takes out a bubonic verbin. Now, Yugi does have spell trap removal in this deck. That would be pretty big for him to be able to get here. Bubonic Vermin gets another one. Tributes for Hane Hane. That's rough. That's very, very rough. He will try to get the damage off. It's a spell. That's probably bad. Yep. Yep. Swords of Revealing Light is pretty good here. Reveals the Hane Hane. Only returns the sheep. Which is interesting. He didn't want to return himself. The Hane Hane. I would have thought otherwise. Monster is good. Getting rid of that is big. That's one Hane Hane out. And there's the boss, 2,000 needles. You can tribute into Curse of Dragon. Which, naturally you will do. And that will out the 1,000 needles unless you happen to forget that was a spell somehow. Right. This will be a rough one. The Delinquent Duo will get rid of Gaia and Curse of Dragon. That's big. Harpy's Feather Duster is big. Magic Drain, please discard the Gaia. You have to discard the Gaia. Ah, Yugi. Yugi, please. You should have discarded the Gaia. It probably won't matter. You have 2 turns. See? You didn't need the Gaia. I'll tell you that much. It's a little too late with the MST. This deck just counters Yugi's very well. Waboku saves him a turn. He needs a Dark Hole. That's not a Dark Hole. He doesn't... He does. Okay. He does. I was gonna say he doesn't take out Ordeal, but he absolutely did take out Ordeal. There were just 2 of them. See, the Duster would have been huge. There were some misplays, Yugi. You need to beat him before he can get Ordeal of a Traveler. Okay, Horn of the Unicorn is interesting against this deck. I feel like that's gonna clog up your draws, and that's probably an Ordeal back there. Feather Duster, no Magic Drain. You did not get rid of Ordeal. You got rid of Dark Coffin. That's really bad. That is a Hane Hane. Look, good to get rid of one. Not a huge deal. Good to get rid of one early on something that's not as devastating as a Gaia the Dragon Champion. That's a Nimble Mamanga. We'll search 2 more. Distance his deck and makes it easier to get Ordeal. It's better for Yugi not to fuse against him. Or the Unicorn actually kind of helps that. Play the Sheep, good. You know to hit the Mamanga with the Sheep, very good. And then hopefully that's not a Hane Hane. It is a Giant Rat. But you're outing everything very well, and it'll be good to get those out of the deck for when Ordeal is up. Because these cards that search more cards are way stronger when Ordeal is up. Spring of Rebirth is fine because he has no Ordeal. That might be a Hane Hane, but that's fine. Not being able to poly is good. He's out of floaters. He still has Bubonic Vermin. Good not fusing. There's the Vermin. Which is very good to get rid of before Ordeal shows up. This is really good. He's getting rid of all the monsters before Ordeal can even show up. He does fuse. I was worried about that. That's fine because Ordeal is not in play and there's no Hane Hanes. It's not a huge deal. Returns the horn. That's literally fine. All that's going to happen is he's going to put it on Chimera instead. Now he's on a clock. Nibbles is on a clock. And that fidget could do good work too. If a 2000 needles ever does come out. That should be game. Wow. He did it. Good for him. No ordeal. Okay. The issue is that now he has to do that again. He has to prove that he can do that twice against Nibbles. I would be worried. Confiscation takes that away. One of those is probably Ordeal. He does have an MST. Hopefully he hits it. He gets Gaia. Now this is the moment of truth. He hits it. And the other one is not Ordeal. That is so huge. That could be a game-winning MST. We'll see. We'll see. Still could go either way. It's good to get out the giant rats when no ordeal is up. We saw how well that worked for him last duel. Huge. Gazelle takes out a giant rat searches giant rat. Gaia takes out the last giant rat. Now the Momongas, it'll be good to get rid of them. Gotta get rid of all three, and then the vermin. He's going... That's a weird play. I would not have done that. I think that was a bad play. Because you want to stall until you get Ordeal. That could be a vermin, that could be a Hane Hane. Hopefully it's a vermin. Hane Hane would be bad for you, especially now that you did that. But then again, you had the horn when you won last duel, so we'll see. All Momongas have been outed. Vermin are the last floater. One of those may be a Hane Hane. Hopefully they're both vermin. That would be the ideal. There's a vermin. Now you can attack the other one guilt-free. Hopefully it doesn't summon another one. It does. So that's probably a Hane Hane as the last card. So, yeah, you're going to out all the vermin. That's all of the cards that summon other cards gone. I think Yugi can do it. I think he's actually going to do it. Tribute 4 Curse of Dragon. Oh, it was only 1,000 needles. That's fine. It does out the Gazelle, but that's really not that bad, all things considered. When a Hane Hane would have outed the Gaia, the Dragon Champion, which is much bigger of a blow. Now you're going to hope that's another 1,000 needles. That is the Hane Hane. Okay. That will take that. Which means you are sentenced to drawing the horn next turn. And you lost your high attack monster. That's fine. That's honestly good. Now you better hope that's not an ordeal. Light Force is so fine. Light Force is honestly good. Oh. Oh, Yugi is having some heart of the cards moments right now. Wow. Wow. That sequence of events was crazy. That could be a Hane Hane. There's no ordeal. Good attacking with Curse of Dragon. There's only 1,000 needles left. You have a lot of bricks you can draw now. I'll tell you that much. You probably just drew one. That is game. Oh, and a dark hole for good measure. Wow. 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 That felt like a rough one. Good for Yugi. That felt like an anime duel where the person against Yugi has the perfect counter to Yugi's deck, but then Yugi like always gets the right draws and has the exact right strategy. It's like, yes, but if you, I know this isn't even a Tem, this is just little Yugi, but it's like that's the gimmick, right? Like the your strategy is to uh flood the field with monsters and use Ordeal of the Traveler. But if I destroy all your monsters before you can draw Ordeal, then you can't play any cards. I don't know. You know, you know. Anyway, Duke Devlin versus Suzoji is next. I'm feeling a Duke Devlin win coming up. Both decks have rituals, and I'll give you that Suzoji's ritual is stronger than Duke's ritual. But that Shadow Ghoul can be stronger than anything in Suzoji's deck, including Sandwich and Burger. See a Burger? Here's Burger. I wouldn't have gotten rid of the Sangan for the Burger, personally. Spirit Reaper will hold the field. MST takes out Trap, hold, good hit. Very good hit. And Spirit Reaper has to stay holding the field until Duke can draw something that outs the Burger. Blind Destruction will not go off because of 7 Tools of the Bandit. Honestly, could be better for Duke to not have it. I mean, it's more likely to hurt Suzoji right now, but if it hit that 3, you'd be screwed. Dust Tornado takes out Teuton Mask, that's fine. Senju will search for Dokuro Rider. Spirit Reaper and Shadow Ghoul are who you're using for that. Oh, but then you're gonna bring back the Shadow Ghoul. Okay, I see. With Book of Life, right, yeah. But that's still not strong enough to out the Burger. Now, granted, it gets rid of most of the field, but the Burger's still too powerful. You have to find a way to out the Burger. Oh, well, that at the very least puts the Burger on a timer for you. Eventually, you'll out the Burger, but it's, I mean, not in Shadow Ghoul's lifetime. I'll tell you that much. Oh, especially not now. Ooh. Now, granted, it'll lose health or lose attack twice as fast now. Don't. Okay, phew. I really thought he was gonna summon it for some reason. It just felt like something he would do. Takes out the Senju. Eventually, that Burger will be weak. Do not use that Graceful Dice. That is a card for later. Okay. I mean, I guess. Would have been better if it was an attack, but I understand it. It saved you a lot of life points for sure. Hungry Burger is almost down to normal range. Raigeki will prevent it from living. Which goes in. Hopefully Duke draws Senju here. That is not Senju, that is Needle Wall. Not really. Okay. And Needle Wall's gone. Suzoji is fighting, man. Good for him. He gets the Sonic Bird. That's huge. That's extremely huge. That beats the Witch. Thins his deck a little. Ooh, Sonic Bird. Ooh. Scary. Duke's in trouble. Yep, figured. You don't want to play Sonic Bird first to search for another? Okay, that's fine. And there's the burger. This one is not losing any attack. If you roll a 6. You did not roll a 6. Maybe that wasn't the play. Maybe you shouldn't have... Maybe you should have waited until you got Dokuro Rider out and then done that? What is Call of the Mummy? Right. Okay. Doesn't do anything right now. If you had Shadow Ghoul, it would be huge. Don't get me wrong. If you had Shadow Ghoul, Call of the Mummy would save you right now. If you draw Shadow Ghoul, you're good. Book of Life, you're good. Ring of Destruction, you're not good. Suzoji takes Ghoul 1. Bit of an upset, if I do say so myself, which I do. But, you know, we've had a lot of upsets this tournament. Turns out 100 attack makes a huge difference. I mean, not a great hand, but he's got Spirit Reaper at the very least. He needs his Ritual Searchers. Alright, well that's another Spirit Reaper at the very least. In case the first one gets outed, which is very possible. And there's the burger. So Zoji is a lot more consistent about getting that burger than Duke is about getting his Dokuro Rider. Blind Destruction will look to take out the burger. Oh, that was close to 3. I would not have said a second Spirit Reaper there. What if Blind Destruction takes both out? You don't want that. That would be catastrophic. Searches Polly. And now you gotta hope and pray that it does not land on 3. Good. Anything but 3. I mean, 6. 6 would be great, but, you know, we can't always have 6. MST takes out the new trap. There's a Magic Drain. Magic Drain does not resolve because he ditches the Ritual spell. Gets rid of 7 tools. There's the Shadow Ghoul. We'll get to that later. That's a later plot point. When the burger is lower attack or something gets Blind Destruction. Premature Burial brings back the bird. For some reason. Nobody knows. I would have waited till the burger died and then brought back the burger personally, but that's just me. Oh, you got 3'd. Oh. He brings back the Spirit Reaper because he got threed. Instead of just, keeping the other one in his hand and then playing it now. The Hungry Burger is now down to Dokuro Rider levels. And we got 3 again. Oh, Duke Devlin, do you ever learn? Your dice cards are not helping you. Yep. Yeah, the dice cards are hurting you, Duke. Do you know that? Oh no, this poor guy. Oh, rough. He needs something. No, a 2. No. Oh. He's gonna get 2-0'd by Sasoji. He has the skull dice. I I don't think it'll do much. He burgers. He's got 2 burgers on the field. They're both extremely hungry. He searches Senju. And Skull Dice looking for a 6. It's not a 6. I don't think even a 6 would have saved him. Wow. Wow. Speaking of upsets. Suzochi's against Yugi next. That's kind of crazy. I mean, good for Suzoji, Showing why he calls himself a pro for some reason. Alright, Miyuki Sakurai. The nurse with the winged beast deck against Serenity Wheeler. With her Cure Burn deck. This is Serenity against her nurse. Wow. These two are good friends. And have never dueled. So this is very interesting. I'm excited for this one. I'm rooting for Serenity. I would like her to win. Both have healing cards in their deck. Now, granted, Miyuki has a lot less than Serenity, but she still has the Numinous Healers. As you can see by her hand. Would have rather had the other one attack that, but that's fine. Not a huge deal. And she drew all 3 Numinous Healers. Okay, now that Tornado Bird is 1600 healing every turn. Serenity's in trouble. Her healing is good, but it's slightly too slow. Very slightly. Cure Mermaid with a face down. It was just an MST. Hot grabs 2 cards and another word. Serenity needs something. She needs her fusion. She is in danger. That's nothing. That's 3 cards that would come in handy if Serenity ever destroys the field. You got a big comeback mechanic if she draws Raigeki, which I do think she has, because she got this card from Anzu, and Anzu had Raigeki. Or she got this deck from Anzu. No, she did edit it a bit. She didn't keep it the same deck that Anzu had, but she got the deck from Anzu and then buffed it with some cards she got from Solomon. Yeah, the wind current is the air current is rough. Yeah. Yep. Despite all the healing, Serenity was not fast enough. Change of Heart takes the Kamakiri, attacks with it, and hopefully tributes? No. Why summon the goddess after? Why? Hate when they do that. Ugh. So bad. Dust Tornado takes out the Enchanted Javelin. Draws a dead card. Attacks with the Tornado Bird into the Kisaitai again. Hey! I remember this. I was gonna say, she needs Raigeki. There it is. That's pretty big. Oh, and the Reborn into the Tornado Bird. Good play. Forgiving Maiden in attack mode is a little iffy, but I mean, she doesn't have a lot of life points left, so I get it. Garuda the Wind Spirit, that's huge! What can Serenity draw to save her here? I don't know. Yikes. And then that forces Tornado Bird into attack. Blue and Crown also 2100 attack. That's probably, yep. Kisaitai, yep. There's not enough healing. You need a Dark Hole, which I don't think you have. I think you just have Raigeki. You should have Mirror Force, actually. Because I believe Anzu had Mirror Force. You should have Mirror Force. You have to draw Mirror Force next turn. You were close to winning this. That's not Mirror Force. I'll tell you that much. That's probably Kisaitai. As Tornado gets rid of the Kisaitai. And it's a Forgiving Maiden. Taking Serenity out of the tournament. But I mean, it's a duel where, you know, both sides respect each other a lot and are friends, admire each other, so not a huge deal. Serenity wishes her good luck on the rest of the tournament. I would have liked to have Anzu versus Serenity. I thought that would be pretty cool, but that's fine. Speaking of wind decks, Hayama versus Princess Anzu. It's another situation where the bracket just happens to work out where it's like similar kinds of matchups in a row. Where it's like that was Anzu's deck. This is also Anzu's deck. Uh, against the Wind deck. I am absolutely rooting for Anzu though. I hope she wins the whole thing. I hope she's in the finals at the very least. Breaker pops MST. Caillou. Wait. Huh? Oh, because you brain controlled that. Right. Okay. I was like, why'd you do that? That's your monster. I was like, oh, because it comes back to you. Okay. That actually makes sense. Harpies will take out the negate attack. What does this do? Oh, you destroy monsters. Right. That's not bad. Now you can brain control that and destroy the breaker. Wait, is that even enough counters? Wait, because it'll give it another one, right? Whatever. You could just attack into it too, sure. See, because then the Kamakiri would have been able to tie with it. I don't know. I think that would have been better, personally. It's to steal the spell counters. The breaker is too powerful. Sky Scout, speaking of too powerful. I like that card. And I'm very normal about it. That's gonna grab a Harpy Lady. Adds a spell counter to Breaker, making it strong enough to beat the Sky Scout. That was extremely smart play by Anzu. This deck really suits her. However, Harpy's Pet Dragon just slightly beats over it. Either way. However, there's no field spell, so it's only a 2000, not a 2500 like it normally would be. Takes out the Apprentice Magician. That will search another Apprentice Magician. I'm curious as to see how Anzu outs the Pet Dragon. That works. That's one way, yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. Book of Moon flips it. I really thought you were gonna go the other way around and flip the Dark Magician, but I guess it works either way. Because if you drew a buff, then you would have been able to out it. And then you could have still put it in defense mode. So now whoever gets a buff first, or a way to out it first, is ahead. Oh. A Harpy Lady will buff it. That'll get rid of the negate attack. Harpy Lady will buff it, but it won't buff it high enough. It only buff it by 300. You need to find... If you get the field spell here, you out it. That also works. That also totally works. Puts that on Breaker, but that's obviously not enough. I don't know why you would attack into that. You knew it was 2 tributes. You knew it's Hayama, who runs Harpy's Pet Dragon, his only 2 tribute monster. Kind of awful play. See that Noble Anteater? Why are you attacking with Apprentice the whole time? Are you that terrible? Sorry, Anzu. I did not mean... Oh. Oh no. Wait, Breaker can out that. Breaker can out that. That's fine. Breaker does out it. However, you have a Royal Magical Library in attack mode right now. Please put that in defense mode. Why'd you... Please put it in defense mode? Thank you. Okay, we're good. Never mind. Everything's fine. No complaints. Hayama only has one dragon left. Summons the Dark Magician with the Miracle Restoring. Hayama is in trouble. Soul Exchange will out one Dark Magician, and the Noble Maneater will out the other with Book of Taiyu. Wow. Incredible! He actually outed both Dark Magicians and the skilled Dark Magician in one turn with one card. That was kind of huge. I liked it. Yeah, this needs 3 to draw a card. That also works. Dark Magician Girl will out the Noble Maneater. And even Harpy's Pet Dragon with a Monster Reborn and a Rising Air Current wouldn't out that. That Dark Magician Girl just wins the duel. But that was a good duel. I like that a lot. Very good stuff. He starts with 2 Rising Air Currents. 3 Rising Air Currents, which is kind of huge, because you need to break her 3 times to out that. Apprentice Magician will search Apprentice Magician. Soul Exchange will out the Sky Scout by tributing into either Buster Blader or Dark Magician. She can brain control that later for massive damage. I meant. Haha. Unless. Well, he can brain control that to kill the skilled white, at the very least. That's something. Now, as much as he drew all of his good spells, he's losing because he didn't draw any monsters. Yep. Alright. Sweet. Next duel is Risa Kageyama versus Joey Wheeler. Joey Wheeler has had a very easy ride through this tournament so far. And I think Risa will put a stop to that, thankfully. Now, granted, I'm happy with Joey doing well. I like when Joey does well, but I do want him to struggle, you know, naturally. So this will be a great duel because he will guaranteed struggle against Risa. Fusion summons the Thousand Dragon. She does have a change of heart, but she doesn't have the Dark Witch to out it. So that's fine. Oh, why do I talk? And Mirror Force takes out the Dark Witch, but it also takes out his Thousand Dragon. Wow. What a draw by her. Into another change of heart. I told you Joey would struggle. I know this guy. He needs a heart of the cards moment. Joey selects heads. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Oh. Oh, that's good. Yeah. What else can save him? Another time wizard? Like maybe Masaki will not at all help in the slightest. That'll just let her search for a better monster. And with change of heart, you have no chance. Yep. Alright. Duel 1 goes to Risa. You know, I know I wanted Joey to struggle, but I don't know if I wanted him to struggle that much. That's okay. No complaints. You can struggle that much. That's fine. Battle Ox is a strong start, but it's no match for Dunham's Dark Witch. Never mind. Mirror Force is, in fact, a great match for Dunham's Dark Witch. And because that's only a soul exchange, Joey gets a free shot at her life points. Oh, with a freaking Thousand Dragon on his field. That's huge. And hopefully, yes, he has another monster, and it's hers. Even better. So now if she has something that buffs monsters, I don't even know if she runs that. No, she runs Witch's Apprentice. Witch's Apprentice would also buff it. Yeah. She has one turn. Alright, so don't count Joey out just yet. This guy can do it with the best of them. All he needs is his baby dragon. If Joey wins and Yugi wins, we get Yugi versus Joey in the semifinals. That's all I'm saying. Pretty sweet. Pretty awesome. Time Wizard with the second coin toss. Oh, it actually worked. Oh, it actually worked. That was actually cool. I liked that. Shadow Spell was absolutely wasted. No, that was good. Time Wizard with the second coin toss outed the Dunham's Dark Witch. That was very good. And then you had no spells to use the Magician of Faith for. Uh-oh. Looks like Risa's struggling. Imagine she shadow spells your Beast King and then you get a fusion. And you get to fuse both of your shadow spelled your monsters into Thousand Dragon. Huh? Dark Witch now has to do it twice, which she does not. Yeah, because of that second coin toss. Wow, this is Joey's deck. This is what Joey wants to do. Okay. If he has a Red Eyes, he could tribute both of the Shadow Spelled monsters too. There's a lot of good options in his deck against those. Creature Swap would even take one of them. She drew nothing. He's got this. Good for him. He faced enough adversity in that first duel that I'm rooting for him again. Vengeful Bog, okay. Not a huge deal, honestly. Yep. Sweet. Joey is giving a career performance in this tournament. Next up is Yugi versus Zoji. Two fusion decks. Last deck, both decks had fusions, but these ones are like fully fusion deck. I guess the Zoji's is more of a ritual deck now. He gets his rituals off way more often than he gets his fusions off. Do not dark hold that Senju, whatever you do. I knew it. I saw that from a mile away. I did not like it. Okay. Yugi's boss monster is stronger than Sazoji's boss monster. Oh, that's huge. Negating the hamburger recipe. Now he only has 2 left in the deck. And he, of course, uses one immediately. But, you know, that means he can only get the burger off twice, not than 3 times. And the burger is what wins him duels. And Mirror Force takes out the first burger. So he only has 1 burger left unless he can revive that burger. Now he could still get a sandwich. But he can't get a burger after his last burger. You don't want to summon Baphomet there? Would have been a sweet Baphomet play. But, you know, whatever. At least he wanted to do the extra damage or stuff. Senju searches for the burger. The last burger. I mean, granted, he still has one in his deck, but he can't summon that last one. So, This is his last burger. Perfumet searches. Ooh, trap hole, but he still gets the search off, so it's fine. He doesn't get the fusion off, however, because of the trap hole. And this does give Suzoji a straight shot at Yugi's life points. Yugi is now in the lead, basically. Unless that trap card is something good. I really can't think of anything in Suzoji's deck that's good. That's that good in this situation, though. Other than a burger. Which is usually the case. He could technically get his fusion now. We'll see if he does. He does. He gets his Chimera. Chimera with a horn. Makes it stronger than any sort of sandwich that he could produce. Alright, Yugi takes duel 1. Looking to face Joey in the semifinals, naturally. Searching for a ton of cards is Sasoji. This is great for him. Shadow Spell on the Sonic Bird. Yep, he can now tribute for the Cursed Dragon. Takes out the Sonic Bird with the Stim Pack. He should be able to get a fusion or a ritual off soon, however. Most likely a ritual. Yep. That'll do it. This ties with Curse of Dragon. He does not crash. He should have crashed. I get that that's your best monster and you don't want to lose it, but if you crashed, you would have been able to hit him directly and not lost your other monster. Like, what's your strategy? Just hope you get Stim Pack? I don't really get it. Crash! Oh, he's so stupid. It's like he wants to lose. Like, this is not helping. Still don't know what that trap card could be. I guess we'll find out right now. 7 tools, that actually makes sense, yeah. You're not going to get Sandwich if you keep throwing away your fusion materials. There's a reason you never get Sandwich. But you always get Burger. For some reason, I was like, oh, he's gonna heavy storm, as if he would just take out his own trap and not anything else. That just felt right to me for some reason. Stop getting rid of your fusion materials. Well, that Mirror Force really seals the deal there. We know who's going to come out ahead in this one. Whoa, you know what? Okay. Okay, I guess they'll both get bit here. Premature burial on the bird for some reason. I guess more things to get destroyed by Mirror Force is always good. No! What? Why? You got rid of your own Mirror Force! Oh my god, Yugi. Yugi, why? Yugi, are you trying to lose? Like, why would you get rid of your Mirror Force with the Heavy? Oh my god. He needs Polly. I'll tell you that much. Why is Suzoji not fusing? He's just not drawing any of his fusion cards. Like, he has a Musician King on the field right now. Suzoji's just won the duel, by the way. Some way, somehow. Good for him, I guess? Got a duel off Yugi? Senju searches for Hungry Burger. Stim Pack on Senju. Mirror Force takes out Senju. At least you used Mirror Force this time instead of Heavy Storming it. I know it's pretty tempting given you have a Heavy Storm in your hand. Duster takes out the Polly, as if he would ever fuse. And now he needs a burger or a sandwich to out that mystical sheep. Sangan searches bird. Bird's gonna grab the ritual spell, and then he can grab burger. I'm gonna go crazy if Suzoji makes the semifinals. He could beat Joey too. He absolutely could beat Joey with this deck. Everything's coming up Suzoji, man. Like, oh, you need like a gazelle. Or a dark hole. Yeah, gazelle or dark hole. Holly is not it. Wow, he just lost. He just lost to Suzoji. Oh my gosh! What? We were denied Yugi versus Joey in favor of Suzoji? What? This is my tournament? Oh wow, I've done a lot for Suzoji, man, but this is next level. I would have never seen this coming. Look at that. Look at these final four. Miyuki, Anzu, Joey, and Suzoji. What? I'm excited. Okay. Next up is Miyuki versus Anzu. Yeah, Miyuki's great, but I would like Anzu to win here. I love her new buffed deck. I hope it does extremely well, which I mean it already has, to be honest. If only you played that breaker after, so you could have outed one of the rising air currents. This sounds familiar. This was your last duel. This was exactly your last duel against Hayama, wasn't it? Oh my gosh. It's always the brackets like this, man. It's always the bracket like this. I remember I was talking about that earlier, but it's like seeing it happen is like surreal. I'm like, oh yeah, this just happened. That was anti-spell. Yeah, she really should have waited on Breaker, because that could have been huge. Look at this board. Look at this board. Are you are you kidding me? And she won. What is happening? She won so easy. With 3 blue winged crowns. Upstart. Graceful. Drop some bricks. Pretty good. Summons Buster Blader. Okay, okay. Looks like we're back. Yep. Even Rising Air Current plus Gust Fan on the Blue Wing Crown was not enough. Feather Duster will get rid of 2 traps, not really big ones. Would have been better to get rid of Rising Air Current. Did Apprentice Magician just not put down a spell counter? Does this not count? Oh, max 1. Right, my bad. My bad, max 1. That's true. Good point. Now Breaker takes out the other Numinous Healer, which is, like, not a huge deal, but fine. Okay. Okay. A lot of close ones, a lot of game 3s. Looks like that will continue here. That Numinous Healer will pay dividends, mind you, unless a Breaker comes out. It's still not enough. Alright, one more duel. Yuki versus Anzu. One last duel. Let's go Anzu, man! Please, just use your breakers sparingly when there's a rising air current. There's the air current. There's the blue wing crown. There's a lot of scary cards here. Oh, she's starting again. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's an apprentice magician. That's absolutely fine. If you have a breaker, you haven't played it yet. That's huge. He's going to search another apprentice magician. You're going to place a bunch of traps. Now, feather duster, breaker, something. That works. That works so much. And then takes the crown for yourself. Oh, wow. Wait, why in defense? Okay. Don't draw a monster. Ooh! Ooh! It didn't matter. Defense was fine. And breaker. Taking out a Numinous Healer, not a great hit, but that's fine. Negate attack would have been a better hit, honestly. Dust Tornado would have been a better hit, because anti-spell's fine. Blade Fly is really bad here. That buffs Blue Winged Crown. And there goes the Numinous Healer. You're addicted to taking those out. Nothing can save her. Literally nothing can save her. Anzu takes it. Oh, that first duel scared me, man. I thought Anzu was done for. Anyway, can you believe the next duel in the semifinals is Joey versus Suzoji? Speaking of people who surprised me, I didn't see this coming in a million years. And I'm not complaining because it's fun. It's fun and interesting. All right. I don't know what I want or what I expect at this point. Honestly, if I were to be asked who had the edge here, I think Suzoji's deck is more consistent. I think Joey has better cards overall, but Suzoji's is more consistently good because he's able to search off his rituals very well. Now that trap hole of spikes can make a big problem for a burger. I'm just saying. So can you give faith with the stim pack is kind of wild? Why, Joey, chill on the grave robber. That's not what the card is for. Lady of Faith with the stim pack gets outed by Trap Hole of Spikes. Masaki with some dice. Those dice could come in handy, we will see. I was talking about Suzoji's deck being so consistent. Look at this. It's like the one time it's not consistent in the slightest. Whatever, that was the worst graceful dice in history. Garbage? Trash? Flame Swordsman! Huge! Yes, my boy! Now, if Burger comes out, you can Skull Dice it. Huh? Never mind, I'm lying. You cannot do that in the slightest. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay, he did not have the burger. I repeat, he did not have the burger. Now you could set up swords to protect you from future burgers. Or you're not going to. You don't feel like you need it. That's fine. That's fine. Who needs it? There's red eyes. Who needs it? Yeah. Tributes the burger to get out a burger. That's a burger. This is why you should have played Swords of Revealing Light to save your burger. Or sorry, save your flame swords. I forgot you don't have a burger. You're no Suzoji. Suzoji's life points are low, but his field is high. Big? Great. His field is great. Why defense? You had swords. You could have attacked the bird and the Senju. You could make a dent in his field over time, slowly. Never mind. That's the last burger. He now has all of his burgers in play. The third one is in the graveyard, mind you, but still. That's all burgers. All the time. I mean, you need like 1,000 dragon. That's half of it. I'll give you that. Time Wizard is half of it. If you can... Joey, I was gonna say if you can get the other fusion material, not if you can make a freaking coin flip. Oh my gosh, Joey. Joey, do you want to lose? Oh, we have a second chance. Now this time... Oh, he actually got it! He actually got it. That was hype. That was hype. I'm watching the anime, man. I love these anime duels. Oh, wow. Draw monster. Draw Masaki, man. Flame manipulator, even better. Wait. Oh, that wasn't even better because flame manipulator doesn't have enough. Oh, putting Time Wizard in defense mode was kind of sad. Wait, you gotta do the Time Wizard effect again. Yeah. Yo! Oh, Joey! Oh, this guy's crazy. Why is it in defense mode? You could have won the duel by now. Hold on. Speaking of won the duel by now. Yo! Joey, you can actually win. Joey! This guy! He's going for it again. Oh my god, it worked! What? What? How many times does he do that? Joey! Joey, what are you doing? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh my god. How? Man, what? Okay, okay, okay. He starts, never mind. I was gonna say he starts with Thousand Dragon, but he doesn't want it. He'd rather have Flame Swordsman. Oh, speaking of fusion, ladies and gentlemen, the Musician King. Talk about fusions that are not as good as Flame Swordsman. Oh! The heavy metal king, or sorry, the heavy drugged up king. Whoa. Musician King with the stim pack. Okay, he does want the Thousand Dragon, it seems. Surprising. I never mind. Sorry, he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it. He wants to blow up the field. He loves to blow up the field. He loves to blow up the field. He would rather blow up the field than get his good monster. And you know what? Thousand Dragon, 2400 attack. Musician Game, 2250 attack. Why would you not go for the sure thing, Joey? Joey, you're gonna lose to the Musician King. Is this what you've come to, Joey? Yes, yes, it is. Why didn't you bring a Thousand Dragon when you brought back the Time Wizard? You were like, oh, well, I'm gonna blow up the field and then I'm gonna get out the Thousand Dragon. No, you're not. Not gonna blow up the field, Joey. What if you land on the wrong side of the coin? What if you don't get heads? You blow up the field. Then what? No Thousand Dragon. You get 3 mystical sheep. That's what you get. You get blown up by Musician King. So Zoji beats your ass. That's what happens. You are nothing, Joey Wheeler. Get out of here. And you know what the worst part is? You get a game 3. You get a game 3 now. What's your issue? What's your problem? Oh. Okay. We search Polly. You have the sandwich? No. No sandwich. No burger. It's a plain old field. Battleox takes out the which searches for Senju. Senju is good to get burger. It's all about getting burger with this deck. Now, granted, Musician King did some work last duel. What a guy, that Musician King. Graceful Dice. Not a great MST hit, to be honest. It just made the Mystical Sheep stronger than Senju. And you don't even have Burger. You just have Burger Ritual, not Burger, the other part. Anyway, Red Eyes. Now he needs Burger with a Stim Pack. If he wants a chance of beating Joey. That's not Burger with a Stim Pack. Why is the only 2 times he's ever bricked been against Joey? Oh! 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 He hit the ring! The ring of destruction! No, 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 Soji, you can do this. You can do this, man. You can do this. Draw the burger. Draw the bird. Oh, no, no bird. No bird. No burger. No! Joey, no! Joey, no! You don't deserve it, no! Joey! Joey, why are you in the finals right now? Is it messed up if I say Suzoji should have won? Like, we're at our finals. Anzu versus Joey. I really gotta watch another Joey duel. Imagine if he wins the tournament. Could you imagine? I don't know if I could imagine. I think Suzoji was more of something I could envision. To be honest. Let's find out. Let's find out. Oh my gosh. He got Baby Dragon and Time Wizard, but there's no fusion. No fusion card. No poly. No fusion gate. Oh, you should have waited for Breaker to take it out, man. Now Breaker's automatically going to take out the Fairy Box, which you need a lot more than an Upstart Goblin that you can't play this turn because that's not how the card works. Fairy Box! Wait, she didn't use the counter. Oh, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. She didn't need it. That's fine. Like Princess Anzu would have to rely on luck. Who would rely on luck? Joey. She didn't even pop it. She wants him to take the 500 damage. She doesn't care. Second coin toss. That's brutal. That's actually brutal. Oh no. No, Anzu, your field. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Should have destroyed the fairy box with Breaker while you still had it. To be honest. Now fairy box is dangerous. And she's not even willing to attack. Time Wizard's gonna break you, buddy. Watch this. Yeah. Time Wizard's second coin toss fairy box is kind of scary. Joey got a combo that that his deck is apparently capable of, and I'm scared. Right, Jackie. Okay. She's back. That fairy box is still scary, especially with second coin toss. See? Now, if you put Misaki in attack mode, or even Baby Dragon, okay, sure, yeah, that's fine too, I guess. Oh my gosh, you can take out the Dark Magician Girl with Fairy Box. Or Dark Hole. You can Dark Hole. That's fine. That's fine. Joey's got Anzu on the ropes. What are we doing here? Why am I doubting this Joey guy? Man can go all the way. If she doesn't attack, he gets red eyes. Oh, wow. Okay, that makes her confident enough to attack because this can't destroy her monster. It does do 700 burn. And now Red Eyes is coming out, naturally. So you better hope that's Mirror Force. It's not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why do I doubt this guy? If this is the tournament Joey wins, that's crazy. Like, he was not on my radar of people who could win. Anzu was. Anzu absolutely was. Hell, Nibbles was. I could have seen Nibbles winning it all. I don't think I changed this guy's deck a ton. Why is he incredible now? Why'd you put it in attack? Oh, because you have swords up. That makes sense, yes. I guess you could have used its effect later, though? How did she, yeah, the Mirror Force. She had the Mirror Force. But if he summons another one, she'll be out of Mirror Forces. He's running out of Fairy Box, I'll tell you that much. And she ran out of protection. There's Misaki. He did not want to play it. Sure. Okay. You wanted to wait to play it instead of attacking the face down for some reason? You know, whatever floats your boat, I guess, eh? Now he gets out the red eyes. Does she have a counter for it? No. No, she does not, and that was her last apprentice magician. MST takes out the second fairy box. Okay. Probably for the best. Fusion Gate is a dead card unless you draw something good. But, wow. Anzu, you have one turn to not lose to Joey. That face down is all you got. That better be like a Waboku. Is it a Waboku? No. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Joey just won the first duel. Joey's got a real shot at winning the tournament. This is like his like anime arc. He just like eventually became like a really good duelist, and this is the time, I guess. This is the moment. Joey's amazing duelist arc. Breaker to use the extra attack to out the battle locks. That's fine, except for the poly that if you don't try to time wizard will lead to 1,000 dragon. And he did not try to he did not try to time wizard. I'm very proud, to be honest. That better not be a mirror force. I'm starting to root for Joey. It's like the greatest upset in the world. Imagine Joey, a tournament winner in this universe. I didn't think I'd see the day. This was not in my plans at all either. I had a completely different plan for Joey. Now I gotta think about it. I don't know. No, I think I can still do what I wanted for Joey, but just do it slightly differently now. Yeah. Buster Bleeder! Oh! No, my boy Joey! Root for him now. I want him to win now. No, that's so bad. Oh, this is really bad for him. He needs Fairy Box. He needs Time Wizard, man. Baby Dragon. Oh no. Ah. He got my hopes up, man. Baby Dragon, you're just buffing Buster Bleeder, man. Okay. So, maybe I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up too much. I mean, you know, maybe, Okay, okay. Let's try that again. Let's try that one more time. The last duel of the tournament. Winner goes up against Solomon Muto. Using his King of Games deck. like the one that he used in the tournament where he became King of Games. Or I guess not. I guess he would use the deck he used in the last tournament still. Summons Dark Magician. Heavy Storm slightly too late. The Dark Magician and the Buster Blader are both out. That was a Mirror Force, but all you're outing is a library. Even that Soul Exchange won't do anything now. Unless you... No, because you played Swamp instead of Flame Manipulator. If you played Flame Manipulator, grew into Poly'd Soul Exchanged, no, because you would have needed to draw into Pot of Greed, Poly, Red Eyes. Oh. When my plan requires Pot of Greed into 2 very specific cards in order to work. Wow, that was not close. Wow, how did he win that first duel? You know what? Good for you, Joey. This is Joey's redemption arc. This is also Anzu's redemption arc. Good for both of them. That's some good stuff. A lot of game 3s. Now, Anzu does win the tournament. He won Kame game. However, there is one more opponent for her. The King of Games. Give me a minute, because I actually don't have it uploaded. Okay, so it's specifically the deck from Millennium Resurrection, because yeah, that was the last deck he used in a tournament. And then oh, they don't have the Exodia one, do they? That's too new to be in here. The Exodia card sleeves and stuff. That's sad. I wish I had that one. That's fine. Okay, I'll use this. I guess I'll just use like this stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Now, because she won the tournament, she gets a chance of dueling the King of Games, Solomon Muto. Look at this hand. Look at his hand. He started with 3 Exodia pieces. Now, granted, that's kind of a huge break, but at the same time, like, he's 2 away from winning now. And there's a witch. He can share the pain, that witch, and search for a 4th piece. This is brutal. You can see how he became King of Games. And he has a trap hole that will take out anything she summons. Well, I guess not that. That doesn't really need to be taken down. Swords of Revealing Light is kind of trash in this circumstance. She didn't have any monsters. That tomato can search for an Exodia piece. It can search for Sangan or a witch, which can search for an Exodia piece. Skilled Dart gets Trap Hold. Mystic Plasma Zone buffs both sides, really, so that's fine. She gets Skilled White, but it's not strong enough because of the Mystic Plasma Zone, so it really doesn't buff both sides. That witch will win him the game. Dark Magician into the tomato. Tomato searches Sangan. Even a Mirror Force won't save you now. Does she have a way to win? Not really. Not really. There's a share the pain. Okay, it's over. Not even close. All right, she gets a game 2. It's a match. It's not just one duel. So she does get a game 2. It was faster than I expected. I figured Solomon would win, but wow. 2 witches is kind of rough. And a Mirror Force. Oh, what a deck, man. He gets rid of the Mirror Force. That's huge. Breaker will get rid of the jar. You should have breakered, used the counter, and then flip that. Like, are you serious? Okay. Well, he searches Exodia Head. Jar of Greed into Sangan. And a Dark Hole. Wow, what a deck. What a deck. He finds the left arm. Sangan will search for piece 4. Ooh, witch. Ooh. Mystic Tomato will search for witch. Or Sangan. That works too. Yeah. Okay. She never had a shot. I figured she wouldn't. I will say, because these duels are not part of a tournament, they will not count towards statistics and rankings and seeding. But they are duels that happened canonically. And Solomon did 2-0 her incredibly easily. Make of that what you will. And that's the tournament. A lot of results I didn't expect, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was very good tournament. I'm excited to see the future of all of these characters, really, but especially like Anzu, Joey, Suzoji. Those three really stood out to me in this tournament. Okay, bye.